Chapter 21 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21 Upon the Moor. Throughout the festivities which followed each other day by day, my Lady Dunstanwolde was queen of every revel. 'Twas she who led the adventurous party who visited the gipsy encampment in the glen by moonlight, and so won the heart of the old gipsy queen that she took her to her tent and instructed her in the mysteries of spells and potions. She walked among them as though she had been bred and born one of their tribe, and came forth from one tent carrying in her arms a brown infant, and showed it to the company, laughing like a girl and making pretty sounds at the child, when it stared at her with great black eyes like her own, and shook at it all her rings, which she stripped from her fingers, holding them in the closed palm of her hand to make a rattle of. She stirred the stew hanging to cook over the camp fire, and begged a plate of it for each of the company, and ate her own with such gay appetite as recalled to Osmonde the day he had watched her on the moor, and the gipsy women stood by, showing their white teeth in their pleasure, and the gipsy men hung about with black shining eyes fixed on her in stealthy admiration. She stood by the fire in the light of the flame, having fantastically wound a scarlet scarf about her head, and 'twas as though she might have been a gipsy queen herself. "And indeed," she said as they rode home, "I have often enough thought I should like to be one of them, and when I was a child and was in a passion, more than once planned to stain my face and run away to the nearest camp I could come upon. Indeed, I think I was always a rebel and loved wild, lawless ways." When she said it, my lord Duke, who was riding near, looked straight before him, with face which had belied his laugh, had any seen it. He was thinking that he could well imagine what a life a man might lead with her, wandering about the thick green woods and white roads and purple moors, tramping side by side in the sweet wind and bright sunshine, and even the soft falling rain, each owner of a splendid body which defied the weather and laughed at fatigue, to carry their simple meal with them and stop to eat it joyously together under a hedge, to lie under the shade of a broad branched tree to rest when the sun was hot and hear the skylarks singing in the blue sky, and then at night time to sit at the door of a tent and watch the stars and tell each other fanciful stories of them while the red camp fire danced and glowed in the dark. Of no other woman could he have had such a wild fancy. The others were too frail and delicate to be a man's comrades out of doors, but she, who stood so straight and strong, who moved like a young deer, who could swing along across the moors for a day without fatigue, who had the eye of a hawk and a spirit so gay and untiring, a man might range the world with her and know joy every moment. 'Twas ordained that all she did or said should seem a call to him, and should bring visions to him, and there was many an hour when he thanked Heaven she seemed so free from fault, since if she had had one he could not have seen it, or if he had seen, might have loved it for her sake. But she had none, it seemed, and despite all her strange past was surely more noble than any other woman. She was so true, he told himself, so loyal and so high in her honour of the old man who loved her. Had she ever been innocently light in her bearing among the men who flocked about her, she might have given her lord many a bitter hour, and seemed regardless of his dignity, but she could rule and restrain all, howsoever near they were to the brink of folly. As for himself, Osmonde thought, all his days he had striven to be master of himself, and felt he must remain so or die. But he could have worshipped her upon his knees in gratitude that no woman's vanity tempted her to use her powers and loveliness to shake him in his hard-won calmness and lure him to her feet. He was but man and human, and vaunted himself upon being no more. There had been for some months much talk in town of the rapid downfall of the whilom favourite of fashion, Sir John Oxon, but a few weeks before the coming happiness of the old Earl of Dunstanwolde was made known to the world, there had been a flurry of gossip over a rumour that Sir John, whose fortunes were in a precarious situation, was about to retrieve them by a rich marriage. A certain Mistress Isabel Beaton, a young Scotch lady, had been for a year counted the greatest fortune in the market, and besieged by every spendthrift or money seeker the town knew. Not only was she heiress to fine estates in Scotland, but to wealth yielding sugar plantations in the West Indies. She was but 20, and had some good looks and an amiable temper, though with her fortune, had she been ugly as Hecate, she would have had more suitors than she could manage with ease. But she was not easily pleased, or of a susceptible nature, and 'twas known she had refused suitor after suitor, among them men of quality and rank, the elegant and decorous Viscount Wilford among others, having knelt at her feet, and having proffered her the boon of his lofty manner and high accomplishments, having been obliged to rise a discarded man, to his amazement and discomfort. The world she lived in was one of the better and more respectable order, and Jack Oxon had seen little of it, finding it not gay and loose enough for his tastes, but suddenly, for reasons best known to himself and to his anxious mother, he began to appear at its decorous feasts. 'Twas said of him he had a way with women, and could make them believe anything until they found him out, either through lucky chance or because he had done with them. He could act the part of tender, honest worshipper, of engaging penitent, of impassioned and romantic lover, until a woman old and wise enough to be his mother might be entrapped by him, aided as he was by his beauty, his large blue eyes, his merry wit, and the sweetest voice in the world. So it seemed that Mistress Beaton, who was young and had lived among better men, took him for one, and found her fancy touched by him. His finest allurements he used, verses he writ, songs he made and sang, poetic homilies on disinterested passion he preached, while the world looked on, and his boon companions laid wagers. At last those who had wagered on him won their money, those who had laid against him lost, for 'twas made known publicly that he had won the young lady's heart, and her hand and fortune were to be given to him. This had happened but a week or two before he had appeared at the ball which celebrated young Colin's coming of age, and also by chance the announcement of the fine match to be made of Mistress Clorinda Wildairs. 'Twas but like him, those who knew him said, that though he himself was on the point of making a marriage, he should burn with fury and jealous rage because the beauty he had dangled about had found a husband and a fortune. Some said he had loved Mistress Clorinda with such passion that he would have wed her penniless if she would have taken him. Others were sure he would have married no woman without fortune, whatsoever his love for her, and that he had but laid dishonest siege to Mistress Clo and been played with and flouted by her. But howsoever this might have been, he watched her that night, black with rage, and went back to town in an evil temper. Perhaps 'twas this evil temper undid him, and being in such mood as he showed the cloven foot, for 2 weeks later all knew that the match was broken off, Mistress Beaton went back to her estates in Scotland, his creditors descended upon him in hordes, such of his properties as could be seized were sold, and in a month his poor, distraught mother died of a fever brought on by her disappointment and shame. Another story was told in solution of the sudden breaking off of the match, and 'twas an ugly one and much believed. A wild young cousin of the lady's, one given to all the adventures of a man about town, had gone to Tyburn, as was much the elegant fashion, to see a hanging. The victim was a girl of 16, to suffer for the murder of her infant, and as she went to the gallows she screamed aloud in frenzy the name of the child's father. The young scapegrace, looking on, 'twas said, turned pale on hearing her, and went into the crowd asking questions. 2 hours later he appeared at his cousin's house, and calling for her guardian, held excited speech with him. Mistress Isabel fell like a stone after 10 minutes' talk with him, 'twas told, and looked like one when she got into her travelling coach to drive away next day. Sir John and his mother had both raged and wept at her door to be let in, but she would see or speak to neither of them. From that time it seemed that all was over for Sir John. He was far worse than poor and in debt. He was out of fashion, and for a man like himself this meant not only humiliation but impotent rage. Ladies no longer ogled him and commanded the stopping of their chairs that they might call him to them with coquettish reproaches that he neither came to their assemblies nor bowed and waved hands to them as he sat on the stage at the playhouse. Beaux no longer joined him in the coffee house or on the Mall to ask his opinion of this new beauty or that, and admire the cut of his coat or the lace on his steenkirk. The new beauty's successes would not be advanced by his opinion. A man whom tradespeople dun from morn till night has few additions to his wardrobe and wears few novelties in lace. Profligacy and defiance of all rules of healthful living had marred his beauty and degraded his youth. His gay wit and spirit had deserted him and left him suspicious and bitter. He had been forced to put down his equipages and change his fashionable lodgings for cheaper ones. When he lounged in the park his old acquaintances failed to see him. When he gambled he lost. Downhill he was going, and there was naught to stop him. For one man in England he had, even in his most flourishing days, cherished a distaste. The man who was 5 inches taller than himself, who was incomparably handsomer, and whose rank was such that to approach him as an equal would have savoured of presumption. This man, who was indeed my Lord Duke of Osmonde, had irked him from the first, and all the more when he began to realise that for some reason, howsoever often they chanced to be in the same place, it invariably happened that they did not come in contact with each other. Sir John on no occasion being presented to my Lord Duke, his Grace on no occasion seeming to observe his presence near him. At the outset this appeared mere accident, but after a few such encounters ending in nothing, Sir John began to guess that 'twas the result of more than mere chancing, and in time to mark that, though he was not clumsily avoided, or in such manner as would leave any room for complaint, my Lord Duke forbore to enter into any conversation in which he took part, or to approach any quarter where he was stationed. Once Sir John had even tried the experiment of addressing an acquaintance who stood near his Grace, meaning to lead up to a meeting, but though the Duke did not move from the place where he stood, in a few moments he had, with ease and naturalness, gathered about him a circle which 'twould have been difficult indeed to enter. Sir John went away livid, and hated and sneered at him from that hour, all the more bitterly because no hatred was a weapon against him. No sneer could do more than glance from him, leaving no scratch. 'Twas plain enough, the gossip said, that Sir John's passion for her ladyship of Dunstanwolde had not been a dead thing when he paid his court to the heiress. If for a little space he had smothered it from necessity's sake, it had begun to glow again as soon as he had been left a free man, and when my lady came to town and court, surrounded by the halo of rank and wealth and beauty, the glow had become a flame he could not hide, for 'twas burning in his eyes, and his every look spoke of it as if with bitterness. It scarcely seemed a flame of love, 'twas to be seen so often when he looked fierce and resentful. "'Tis more than half envy of her," said one wise lady who had passed through a long life of varied experiences. "'Tis more hate than love. His star having set, it galls him that hers so rises. And as for her, she scarce will deign to see him." And this was very true, for she had a way of passing him by as if he did not live, and none but herself knew that sometimes, when he stood near, he spoke low to her words she disdained to answer. There were many bitter things she held in mind which were secret from all others upon earth, she thought, but from himself and her who had been Clo Wildairs in days gone by, when, as it now seemed to her, she had been another woman living in another world. There were things she understood which the world did not, and she understood full well the meaning of his presence when she, with the ducal party, came face to face with him at the great ball given in the county town when the guests were gathered at Camylott. The night was a festal one for the county, the ball being given in honour of a great party movement, his Grace and his visitors driving from Camylott to add to the brilliance of the festivities. The Mayor and his party received them with ceremony. The smaller gentry, who had come attired in their richest, gathered in groups, gazing, half admiring, half envious, of the more stately splendour of the Court mantua makers and jewellers. The officers from the garrison assumed a martial air of ease as the cortège advanced up the ballroom, and every man's eyes were drawn towards one tall goddess with a shining circlet set on raven black braids of hair, coiled high, yet twisted tight, as if their length and thickness could only be massed close enough by deftest skill. "'Tis said 'tis near 6 feet long," whispered one matron to another, "and a rake at Court wagered he would show a lock of it in town some day, but he came back without it." Sir John Oxon had come with a young officer, and stood near him as the ducal party approached. The Countess of Dunstanwolde was on his Grace's arm, and Sir John made a step forward. Her ladyship turned her eyes slowly, attracted by the movement of a figure so near her. She did not start nor smile, but let her glance rest quiet on his face, and curtsied calmly. My lord Duke bowed low with courtly gravity, and they passed on. When the ball was at an end, and the party set out on its return to Camylott, the Duke did not set out with the rest, he being at the last moment unexpectedly detained. This he explained with courtly excuses, saying that he would not be long held, and would mount and follow in an hour. He stood upon the threshold to watch the last chariot leave the courtyard, and then he made his way to a certain supper room, where a lingering party of officers and guests were drinking. These being of the young and riotous sort, there was much loud talk and laughter and toasting of ladies, sometimes far from respectfully, and Sir John Oxon, who was flushed with wine, was the central figure, and toasted her ladyship of Dunstanwolde with an impudent air. "'Tis not my lady I drink to," he cried, "but Clo Wildairs. Clo astride a hunter and with her black hair looped under her hat. Clo! Clo!" And with a shout the company drank to the toast. "There was a lock of that black hair clipped from her head once when she knew it not," Sir John cried next. "'Twas lost, by God, but 'twill be found again. Drink to its finding." Then my lord Duke stepped forward, and passing the open door, went through the house and out beyond the entrance of the court, and waited in a place where any who came forth must pass. He had but gone within to see that Sir John had not yet taken his departure. There be deeps in the nature of human beings which in some are never stirred, possibilities of heroism, savagery, passion or crime, And when the hour comes which searches these far secret caverns, and brings their best and worst to light, strange things may be seen. On the night at Dunstanwolde, when he had fought his battle alone, my lord Duke had realised the upheaval in his being of frenzies and lawlessness which were strange indeed to him, and which he had afterwards pondered deeply upon, tracing the germs of them to men whose blood had come down to him through centuries, and who had been untamed, ruthless savages in the days when a man carried his life in his hand and staked it recklessly for any fury or desire. Now as he stood and waited, his face was white, except that on one cheek was a spot almost like a scarlet stain of blood. His eyes seemed changed to blue black, and in each there was a light which flickered like a point of flame, and made him seem not himself, but some new relentless being, for far deeps of him had been shaken and searched once more. "I wait here like a brigand," he said to himself with a harsh laugh, "or a highwayman, but he shall not pass." Then Sir John crossed the courtyard and came forward humming, and his Grace of Osmonde advanced and met him. "Sir John Oxon," he said, and stood still and made a grave bow. Sir John started, and then stood still also, staring at him, his face flushed and malignant. His Grace of Osmonde was it, who had gazed above his head throughout the evening, when all the country world might see. "Your Grace deigns to address me at last," he said. "Hitherto there has been no need that either should address the other," answers my lord Duke in a steady voice. "At this moment the necessity arises. Within there," with a gesture, "I heard you use a lady's name impudently. Earlier in the evening I also chanced to hear you so use it. I was in the ballroom, so I remained behind and waited to have speech with you. Do not speak it again in like manner." "Must I not?" said Sir John, his blue eyes glaring. "On Clo Wildairs's name was set no embargo, God knows. Is there a reason why a man should be squeamish of a sudden over my Lady Dunstanwolde's? 'Tis but the difference of a title and an old husband." "And of a man made her kinsman by marriage," said my lord Duke, "who can use a sword." "Let him use it, by God!" cried Sir John, and insensate with rage he laid his hand upon his own as if he would draw it. "He will use it, and is prepared to do so, or he would not be here," the Duke answered. "We are not two Mohocks brawling in the streets, but two gentlemen, one of whom must give a lesson to the other. Would you have witnesses?" "Curse it, I care for none," flamed Sir John. "Let the best man give his lesson now. 'Tis not this night alone I would be even for." The Duke measured him from head to foot in every inch of sinew. "I am the better man," he said. "I tell you beforehand." Sir John flung out a jeering laugh. "Prove it!" he cried. "Prove it! Now is your time." "There is open moor a short distance away," says his Grace. "Shall we go there?" So they set out, walking side by side, neither speaking a word. The night was still and splendid, and just upon its turn the rich dark blue of the heavens was still hung with the spangles of the stars, but soon they would begin to dim, and the deepness of the blue to pale for dawn. A scented freshness was in the air, and was just stirring with that light faint wind which so often first foretells the coming of morning. When, in but a few minutes, the two men stood stripped of their upper garments to their shirts, the open purple heath about them, the jewelled sky above, this first fresh scent of the day was in their lungs and nostrils. That which stirred John Oxon to fury and at the same time shook his nerve, though he owned it not to himself, and would have died rather, was the singular composure of the man who was his opponent. Every feature, every muscle, every fibre of him seemed embodied stillness. And 'twas not that the mere physical members of him were still, but that the power which was himself, his will, his thought, his motion, was in utter quiet, and of a quiet which was deadly in its significance and purpose. 'Twas that still strength which knows its power and will use it, and ever by its presence fills its enemy with impotent rage. With such rage it filled John Oxon as he beheld it, and sneered. He had heard rumours of the wonders of his Grace's sword play, that from boyhood he had excelled and delighted in it, that in the army he had won renown through mere experiments of his skill, that he was certain of his weapon as an acrobat of his least feat. But 'twas not this which maddened the other man, but the look in his steady eye. "You are the bigger man of the two," he jeered impudently, "but give me your lesson in shutting my mouth on Clo Wildairs, if you can." "I am the better man," says my lord Duke, "and I will shut it. But I will not kill you." Then they engaged, and such a fight began as had not been often seen, for such a battle is more of spirit than body, and is more like to be fought alone between two enemies whose antagonism is part of being itself, than to be fought in the presence of others whose nearness would but serve to disturb it. John Oxon had fought duels before, through women who were but his despised playthings, through braggadocio, through drunken folly, through vanity and spite, but never as he fought this night on the broad heath below the paling stars. This man he hated. This man he would have killed by any thrust he knew, if the devil had helped him. There is no hatred to a mind like his, such as is wakened by the sight of another's gifts and triumphs. All the more horrible is it if they are born with nobleness. To have lost all, to see another possess with dignity that thing which one has squandered, and for this frenzy there was more than one cause. Clo Wildairs! He could have cursed aloud. My Lady Dunstanwolde! He could have raved like a madman. She! And a Duke here, this Duke would shut his mouth and give him a lesson. He lunged forward and struck wildly. My lord Duke parried his point as if he played with the toy of a child, and in the clear starlight his face looked a beautiful mask, and did not change howsoever furious his opponent's onslaught, or howsoever wondrous his own play. For wondrous it was, and before they had been engaged 5 minutes John Oxon was a maddened creature, driven so not only by his own fury, but by seeing a certain thing, which was that this man could kill him if he would, but would not. When he had lost his wits and made his senseless lunge, his Grace had but parried when he might have driven his point home. He did this again and again while their swords clashed and darted. The stamp of their feet sounded dull and heavy on the moor, and John Oxon's breath came short and hissing. As he grew more wild, the other grew more cool and steady, and made a play which Sir John could have shrieked out at seeing. What was the man doing? 'Twas as if he would show him where he could strike, and did not deign to. He felt his devil's touch in a dozen places, and not one scratch. There he might have laid open his face from brow to chin. Why did he touch him here, there, at one point and another, and deal no wound? Gods! 'Twas fighting not with a human thing but with the devil. 'Twas like fighting in a Roman arena, to be played with as a sport until human strength could bear no more. 'Twas as men used to fight together hundreds of years ago. His breath grew short, his panting fiercer. The sweat poured down him, his throat was dry, and he could feel no more the fresh stirring of the air of the dawning. He would not stop to breathe. He had reached the point in his insensate fury when he could have flung himself upon the rapier's point and felt it cleave his breastbone and start through his back with the joy of hell, if he could have struck the other man deep but once. The thought made him start afresh. He fought like a thousand devils, his point leaping and flashing, and coming down with a crash. He stamped and gasped and shouted. "Curse you!" he cried. "Come on!" "Do I stand back?" said my lord Duke, and gave him such play as made him see the air red as blood, and think he tasted the salt of blood in his dry mouth. His muscles were wrenched with his violence, and this giant devil moved as swift as if he had but just begun. Good God, he was beaten! Good God, by this enemy who would not kill him or be killed! He uttered a sound which was a choking shriek and hurled himself forward. 'Twas his last stroke and he knew it, and my lord Duke struck his point aside and it flew in the air, and Sir John fell backwards, broken, conquered, exhausted, but an unwounded man. And he fell full length and lay upon the heather, its purple blooms crushed against his cheek, and the sky was of a sweet pallor, just about to glow, and the first bird of morning sprang up in it to sing. "Damn you!" he gasped. "Damn you!" and lay there, his blue eyes glaring, his chest heaving as though 'twould burst, his nostrils dilated with his laboured, tortured puffs of breath. Thereupon, as he lay prostrate, for he was too undone a man to rise, he saw in his Grace of Osmonde's eyes the 2 points of light, which were like ruthless flames, and yet burned so still. And his Grace, standing near him, leaned upon his sword, looking down. "Do you understand?" he said. "That you are the better sword? Yes!" shrieked Sir John, and added curses it were useless to repeat. "That I will have you refrain from speaking that lady's name?" "Force me to it if you can," Sir John raved at him. "You can but kill me." "I will not kill you," said the Duke, leaning a little nearer, and the awful light in his eyes growing intenser, for awful it was, and made his pale face deadly. "How I can force you to it I have shown you, and brought you here to prove. For that, I mean that we should fight alone. Myself I knew I could hold from killing you, howsoever my blood might tempt me. You I knew I could keep from killing me, which I knew you would have done if you could, by foul means if not fair. I would not have it said I was forced to fight to shield that lady's name. So I would have no witness, if it could be helped. And you will keep the encounter secret, for I command you." Sir John started up, leaning upon his elbow, catching his breath, and his wicked face a white flame. "Curse you!" he shrieked again, blaspheming at a thing he had not dreamed of, and which came upon him like a thunderbolt. "Curse your soul, you lover!" The deadly light danced, he saw it, in his Grace's eyes, but his countenance was a marble mask, with no human quiver of flesh in any muscle of it. "I command you," he went on, "having proved I can enforce. I have the blood of savage devils in me, come down to me through many hundred years. All my life I have kept them at bay. Until late I did not know how savage they were, and what they could make me feel. I could do to you as you lie there things a man who is of this century and sane cannot do. You know I can strike where I will. If you slight that lady's name again, I will not kill." He raised himself from his sword and stood his full height, the earliest gold of the sun shining about him. "I will not kill you, but, so help me God, I will fight with you once more, and I will leave you so maimed and so disfigured that you can woo no woman to ruin again, and jest at her shame and agony with no man, for none can bear to look at you without a shudder, and you will lie and writhe to be given the coup de grace." He lifted the hilt of his sword and kissed it. "That I swear," he said, "by this first dawning of God's sun." When later my lord Duke returned to the town and got his horse and rode across the moors the shortest road to Camylott, he felt suddenly that his body was slightly trembling. He looked down at his hands and saw they were unsteady, and a strange look, as of a man slowly awakening from a dream, came over his face. 'Twas this he felt, as if the last 2 hours he had lived in a dream, or had been another man than himself, perhaps some bloody de Mertoun who had for ages been dry like dust. The devils which had been awake in him had been devils so awful as he well knew, not devils to possess and tear a man in the days of good Queen Anne, but such as, in times long past, possessed those who slew and hacked and tortured and felt an enemy a prey to be put to peine forte et dure. He drew his glove across his brow and found it damp. This dream had taken hold upon him 3 hours before, when standing by chance near a group about John Oxon, he had heard him sneer as the old Earl went by with his lady upon his arm. From that moment his brain had held but one thought. This man should not go away until he had taught him a thing. He would teach him, proving to him that there was a power which he might well fear, and which would show no mercy, not even the mercy mere death would show, but would hold over his vile soul a greater awfulness. But he had danced his minuets and gavottes with my Lady Dunstanwolde, as well as with other fair ones, and the country gentry had looked on and applauded him in their talk, telling each other of his fortunes, and of how he had had a wound at Blenheim, distinguished himself elsewhere, and set the world wondering because after his home coming he took no Duchess instead of choosing one, as all expected. While they had so talked and he had danced, he had made his plan, and his devils had roused themselves and risen. And then he had made his excuses to his party and watched the coaches drive away, and had gone back to seek John Oxon. Now he rode back over the moorland, and the day was awake, and he was awake too. He rode swiftly through the gorse and heather, scattering the dewdrops as he went. Thousands of dewdrops there were, myriads of pinkish purple heath bells, and some pure white ones, and yellow gorse blossoms which smelt of honey, and birds that trilled, and such a morning fragrance in the air as made his heart ache for vague longing. Ah, if all had been as it might have been, for there were the fair grey towers of Camylott rising before him, and he was riding homeward. And, oh God, if he had been riding home to the arms of the most heaven sweet woman in the world, heaven sweet not for her mere loveliness' sake, but because she was to him as Eve had been to Adam, the one woman God had made. His heart swelled and throbbed with thinking it as he rode up the avenue, and its throbbing almost stopped when he approached the garden and saw a tall white figure standing alone by a fountain and looking down. He sprang from his horse and turned it loose to reach its stable, and went forward feeling as if a dream had begun again, but this time a strange, sweet one. Her long white draperies hung loose about her, so that she looked like some statue. Her hands were crossed on her chest, and her chin fell upon them, while her eyes looked straight before into the water. She was pale as he had never seen her look before. Her lip had a weary curve and droop, and under her eyes were shadows. How young she was! What a girl for all her height and bearing! And though he knew her years so well he had never thought on her youth before. Would God he might have swept her to his breast, crushing her in his arms and plunging into her eyes, for as she turned and raised them to him he saw tears. "Your ladyship!" he exclaimed. "My lord has been ill," she said. "He has asked for you, and when he fell asleep I came to get the morning air, hoping your Grace might come. I must go back to him. Come, your Grace, with me." CHAPter 22 of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 22 My Lady Dunstanwolde is Widowed. There was a lady came back to town with the Earl and Countess, on their return from Dunstan's Wolde, to which place they had gone after his lordship's illness at Camylott. This lady was one of the two older sisters of her ladyship of Dunstanwolde, and 'twas said was her favourite, and treated with great tenderness by her. She was but a thin, humble little woman, Mistress Anne Wildairs, and singularly plain and timid to be the sister and chosen companion of one so brilliant and full of fire. She was a pale creature with dull hued heavy hair and soft dull eyes, which followed her ladyship adoringly whensoever it chanced they were in a room together. "How can two beings so unlike be of the same blood?" people said. "And what finds my lady in her that she does not lose patience at her plainness and poor spirit?" What she discovered in her none knew as she herself did, but my Lord Dunstanwolde understood the tie between them, and so his Grace of Osmonde did, since an occasion when he had had speech with her ladyship upon the subject. "I love her," she said, with one of her strange, almost passionate looks. "'Tis thought I can love neither man nor woman, but that I can do, and without change. But I must love a thing not slight or common. Anne was the first creature to teach me what love meant. Before, I had never seen it. She was afraid of me and often thought I mocked at her. But I was learning from her pureness, from her pureness," she added, saying the words the second time in a lower voice and almost as if to herself. And then the splendid sweet of her smile shone forth. "She is so white, good Anne," she said. "She is a saint and does not know I pray to her to intercede for me, and that I live my life hoping that some day I may make it as fair as hers. She does not know, and I dare not tell her, for she would be made afraid. To Mistress Anne she seemed in truth a goddess. Until taken under her protection, the woman had lived a lonely life, starved of all pleasures and affections. At first, 'twas in the days when she had been but Clo Wildairs, her ladyship had begun to befriend her through a mere fanciful caprice, being half amused, half touched, to find her, by sheer chance, one day stolen into her chambers to gaze in delighted terror at some ball finery spread upon a bed. To Mistress Clorinda the frightened creature had seemed a strange thing in her shy fearfulness, and she had for an hour amused herself and then suddenly been vaguely moved, and from that time had been friends with her. "Perhaps I had no heart then, or 'twas not awake," said her ladyship. "I was but a fierce, selfish thing, like a young she wolf. Is a young she wolf honest?" with a half laugh. "I was that, and feared nothing. I ate and drank and sang and hunted poor beasts for my pleasure, and was as wild as one of them myself. When I look back She flung up a white hand in a strange gesture. "When I look back " "Look forward," said my lord Duke. "'Tis the nobler thing." "Yes," she repeated after him, fixing her great eyes gravely on his face and speaking slowly, "'tis sure the nobler thing." And then he heard from her how, day by day, poor Anne had revealed to her things strange unselfishness, humble and tender love, and sweet patience. "At first I but wondered," she said, "and sate and would stare at her while she talked. And then I pitied her who was so meek. And then I was angered at Fortune, which had been so careless of her. And being a rebel, I began to defy Fate for her and swear I would set its cruelty at naught and make her happy. Always," with a quick leap of light in her eyes, "I have hated that they call Fate, and defied it. There is a thing in me," her closed hand on her breast, "which will not beat down. It will not. If 'tis evil, Heaven help me, for it will not. But Anne," and she smiled again, her face changing as it always did when she spoke her sister's name, "Anne I began to love, and could not help it, and she was the first." This gentlewoman my lord Duke did not for some time see but on rare occasions at a distance. In her ladyship's great gilt coach he saw her once or twice, a small shrinking figure seated by her sister's side, the modest pale brown of her lustring robe a curious contrast to my lady's velvets and brocades. At the playhouse he saw her seated in the Countess' box, at which a score of glasses were levelled, her face lighted with wonder and pleasure at the brighter moments of the tragedy, her soft eyes full of tears when the curtain fell upon the corpse strewn stage. If Mistress Anne had known that so great a gentleman looked at her gentle face, and with an actual tenderness near to love itself, she would indeed have been a startled woman, yet 'twas with a feeling like to this his Grace regarded her, thinking of her in time as a sort of guardian angel. The sweetest words he had ever heard from the lips of her he worshipped with such sad and hopeless passion were words spoken of Mistress Anne. The sweetest strange smile he had ever seen her wear was worn when she spoke of this meek sister. The sweetest womanly deeds he knew of her performing were thoughtful and gentleness done for the cherishing and protection of Anne. "Anne was the first creature to teach me what love meant," she said. "I could have taught you, heart," was his secret thought. "I could have taught you, but since I might not, God's blessing on this dear soul whose tender humbleness was your first lesson." Yet Mistress Anne he did not encounter in person until the occurring of the sad event which changed for him the whole face of the universe itself, and which took place a year or more after his kinsman's marriage. The resolution his Grace had made the day he had waited at Camylott for his guest's arrival he had kept to the letter, and this often to the wonder of his Lordship of Dunstanwolde, who found cause for regret at the rareness of his visits to his lady and himself under their own roof. Other visits my lord Duke had made, as he had planned, passing from one great house to another in Great Britain, or making stay at the estates of his friends upon the continent of Europe. Sometimes he was in Scotland, sometimes in Ireland or Wales, hunting, salmon fishing, the chief guest at great reunions, everywhere discussed and envied his freedom from any love affair, entanglement, or connection with scandal, always a thing which wakened curiosity. "The world will have you married, Gerald," said Dunstanwolde, "and 'tis no wonder. My lady and I would find you a duchess. I think she looks for one for you, but finds none to please her taste. She would have a wondrous consort for you. You do wrong to roam so. you should come to Dunstan's Wolde, that she may have you beneath her eye." But to Dunstan's Wolde he did not go, not even when, in obedience to her lord's commands, the Countess herself besought him with gracious hospitality. To their town house he went but seldom, pleading as reason affairs which occupied his time, journeys which removed him to other parts, but to refuse to cross the threshold was impossible. Accordingly there were times when he must make visits of ceremony, and on one such occasion he found her ladyship alone, and she conveyed to him her husband's message and his desire that she herself should press his invitation. 'Twas upon a winter afternoon, and when my lord Duke was announced, he entered the saloon, to behold my lady, sitting by the firelight in a carven gilded chair, her eyes upon the glowing coals, her thoughts plainly preoccupied. On hearing his name she slightly started, and on his entry rose and gave him her soft warm hand, which he did not kiss, because its velvet so wooed him that he feared to touch it with his lips. 'Twas not a hand which he could touch with simple courtesy, but must long to kiss passionately, and over again, and hold close with whispered words. "My lord has but just left me," she said. "He will be almost angry at the chance which led him to go before your coming. The last hour of our talk was all of your Grace," and she sat upright against the high back of her chair. And why was it that, while she sat so straight and still, he felt that she held herself as one who needs support? "The last hour of our talk was all of you," she said again, and oh, the velvet of her eyes was asking him for some aid, some mercy, and his soul leapt in anguish as he saw it. "He says I must beguile you to be less formal with us. Before our marriage, he tells me, your Grace came often to Dunstan's Wolde, and now you seem to desert us." "No, no," exclaimed my lord Duke as if involuntarily, and rose from his seat and stood looking down into the fire. "I told him you would exclaim so," said my lady, and her low pitched voice was a thing to make a man tremble. "I know your Grace loves him. I think any heart must love him." My lord Duke turned and looked at her. Their eyes rested on each other and spoke. "I thank your ladyship," he said, "that you so understood. I pray you let him not think I could at any time feel less tender of his goodness." But what his whole being impelled him to was to throw himself upon his knees before her like a boy, to lay his face upon her little hands which rested open upon her lap, and to cry to her that there were hours when he could bear no more. And could it have been that if he had so done, she would have bent her dear head and wept, for her voice, when she answered him, had surely tears in it. "I will not let him think so," she said. "A heart as full of gentleness and warmth as his must not be chilled. I will use all my power. Your Grace has much to do about the Queen at this time of disturbance and cabal. Her Grace of Marlborough's angers, the intrigues of Harley and St. John, the quarrels of Mrs. Masham make such a turmoil that you, whom her Majesty loves, must be preoccupied." She laid a hand softly upon her breast. "He will believe all that I say," she said. "His kindness is so great to me." "He loves you," said my lord Duke, his voice low and grave. "You are so generous and noble a lady to him." "He is so generous and noble a husband," my Lady Dunstanwolde answered. "He thinks I need but ask a favour to find it granted. 'Twas because he thinks so that he begged me to myself speak with you, to ask you to come to Warwickshire next week when we go there. I have asked you." "With most sweet graciousness," my lord Duke answered, "that I myself will tell him." And then he stepped to her side, and lifting the fair hand, and kissed it very reverently, and without either speaking another word, he turned and went away. "But I do no wrong," he groaned to himself as he walked in a private room of his own house afterwards. "I do no wrong if I go not near her, if I have no speech with her that is not formal courtesy, if I only look on her when she does not know that I am near. And in seeing her, in the mere beholding of her dear face, there is a poor comfort which may hold a man from madness, as a prisoner shut in a dungeon to perish of thirst might save himself from death if he found somewhere in the blackness a rare falling drop and could catch it as it fell." So it befell that many a time he saw her when she was in no wise aware of his nearness. All her incomings and outgoings he found a way to learn, when she left town for the country and when she returned, what fêtes and assemblies she would attend, at what court gatherings she would shine, at which places it would be possible that he might mingle with the crowd and seem to be but where 'twas natural he should appear if his presence was observed. To behold her sweep by in her chariot, to feel the heart leap when announced her coming, to catch a view of her crimson cheek, a fleeting glance and bow as she passed by, was at least to feel her in the same world with himself, to know that her pulse was beating still, her deep eyes still alight, her voice still music, and she a creature of love, though not for himself. His Grace of Marlborough, returning to England after Malplaquet, himself worn with the fierce strain of war, tossed on the changing waves of public feeling, one hour the people's idol, the next doubted and reproached, was in such mood as made him keen of perception and of feeling. "Years mark changes in a man, my lord Duke," he said when first they talked alone, "even before they line his face or pale his bloom of health. Since we met you have seen some hours you had not seen when I beheld you last. And yet," with ironic bitterness, "you are not battling with the intrigues of Court and State, with the ingratitude of a nation, and the malice of ladies of the royal bedchamber. 'Tis only the man who has won England's greatest victories for her who must contend with such things as these." "Mrs. Masham has no enmity against me," said Osmonde. "I have no power she would take from me." "And no wife she would displace about the throne," his Grace added. "The world awaits to behold your Duchess still?" "'Tis I who wait," said Osmonde, gravely. There was a pause, and while it lasted, Marlborough gazed at him with a thought dawning in his eye. "You have seen her," he said at last in a low voice. Osmonde remained silent. A moment before he had risen, and so stood. The man who regarded him experienced at the moment a singular thing, feeling that it was singular, and vaguely asking himself why. It was a sudden new realisation of his physical perfection. His tall great body was so complete in grace and strength, each line and muscle of it so fine a thing. In the workings of such a physical being there could be no flaw. There was such beauty in his countenance, such strength and faithful sweetness in his firm, full mouth, such pure, strong passion in the deeps of his large, kind, human eye. The handsomest and the tallest man in England he might be, but he was something more, a complete, noble, human thing, to whom it surely seemed that nature should be kind, since he had so honoured and done reverence to the gifts she had bestowed upon him. 'Twas this his illustrious companion saw, and was moved by. "You have seen her," he said, "but since you wear that look which I can read, something has come between. Had you two bared hearts to each other for but 1 hour, as 'twas ordained you should, you would stand before me so happy a man that none could pass you by and not turn to behold again the glow of the flame of joy burning within your soul." My Lord Duke of Osmonde drew a long, deep breath as he listened, looking down upon the ground. "Yes," he said, "'twould have been so." But he spoke no further on the subject, nor did his Grace of Marlborough, for suddenly there came to him a certain memory, which was that he had heard that the beautiful wild creature who had set Gloucestershire on fire had made a great marriage, her bridegroom being the Earl of Dunstanwolde, who was the Duke of Osmonde's kinsman. And it was she he himself had felt was born to mate with this man, and had spoke of it in Flanders, finding my lord Duke had seen her at a distance, but had not encountered her in any company. And at last it seemed that they had met, but not until she had given herself to another. That night as he drove homeward after an interview with the Queen at Kensington, his coach rolled through a street where was a great house standing alone in a square garden. 'Twas a house well known for its size and massive beauty, and he leaned forward to glance at it, for no other reason than his remembrance that it was the home of his Lordship of Dunstanwolde, that in fact in connection with the incident of the morning wakening in him a vague interest. "'Tis there she reigns queen," he said, "with her old lord worshipping at her feet as old lords will at the feet of young wives and beauties. Poor gentleman, though she is kind to him, they say. But if 'twere the other man Good God!" As he uttered the exclamation he drew back within the coach. 'Twas long past midnight, and the lights of Dunstanwolde House were extinguished, but in the dark on the opposite side of the street there walked a tall figure wrapped in a long cloak. "There is no other gentleman of such inches and so straight," his Grace said. "Good Lord, how a man can suffer in such case, and how we are all alike schoolboys, scullions, or dukes and must writhe and yearn and feel we are driven mad, and can find no help but only to follow and look at her yards away, or crush to one's lips a rag of riband or a flower, or pace the night away before her darkened house while she lies asleep. He is the finest man thing I have ever known, and yet there is no other way for him, and he will walk there half the night, his throat full of mad sobs, which he does not know for sobs, because he is not woman but tortured man. Many a night the same figure had walked there in the darkness. As his great friend had said, there was no other way. His pain had grown no less, but only more as the months passed by, for it was not the common pain of a man like others. As he was taller, stronger, and had more brain and heart than most, he had greater and keener pangs to do battle with. And in the world he must at intervals be thrown across her path, and she across his. And as he had been haunted by talk and rumours of her in the years before, he was haunted now. 'Twas but natural all should praise to him his kinsman's wife, sure that he would feel pleasure when he heard her lauded. Women, especially such as are great ladies, have not at their command, if they hide pain in secret, even the refuges and poor comforts possessed by men. They may not feed their hungry souls by gazing at a distance upon the beloved object of their heavy thoughts. They cannot pace the night through before a dwelling, looking up as they pass at the darkened windows behind which sleeps, or wakes, the creature their hearts cry to in their pain. Tears leave traces, faces from which smiles are absent, eyes from which light has fled, arouse query and comment. My lord has a certain privacy and licence to be dull or gloomy, but my lady cannot well be either without explaining herself, either by calling in a physician or wearing mourning, or allowing the world to gain some hint of domestic trouble or misfortune. Her ladyship of Dunstanwolde was surely a happy woman. Having known neither gaiety nor luxury in her girlhood, it seemed now that she could give her lord no greater pleasure than to allow him to surround her with both. She is more dazzling than they said, my Lord Marlborough thought, watching her at the tragedy one night. But she carries with her a thought of something she would forget in the gaieties of the world. The Duke of Osmonde sat in his own box that night, and in the course of the play went to his kinsman's for a few moments and paid his respects to her ladyship, who received him graciously. This his Grace of Marlborough beheld, but did not mark her soft, quick aside to him. "May I ask your Grace's aid?" she said. "Look at my lord. His kindness to me will not let him own that he is ailing. He will not remain at home from these festivities because he knows I would remain with him. I beg you persuade him that he is wrong and but makes me unhappy. Your Grace will do this?" "Your ladyship may trust me," was his answer. 'Twas then that his Grace of Marlborough saw him turn from her with a bow, and go to sit by her husband, who, 'twas indeed true, looked this night older than his years, and was of an ivory pallor and worn. 'Twas at this time the Duke marked that there stood upon the stage among the company of men of fashion, idlers, and young fops sitting and lounging there, a man attired in peach coloured velvet, whose delicacy of bloom, combining itself with the fair curls which fell upon his shoulders, made him look pale and haggard. He was a young man and a handsome one, but had the look of an ill liver, and as he stood in a careless, insolent attitude, he gazed steadfastly and with burning eyes at my Lady Dunstanwolde. "There is somewhat devilish in his air," his Grace thought. "It is some dissolute dandy in love with her and raging against her in his soul. Heaven's grace! How she sits and gazes past his impudent face with her great eyes as if he were not a living thing. She will not see him, and he cannot force her to it, so she holds herself in hand." My Lord Dunstanwolde gave heed to his kinsman's affectionate appeals and counsellings with the look of a man tenderly moved. "Has my dear lady asked you to talk with me?" he said. "'Tis but like her generous observance of me. She has cautioned me most tenderly herself, and begs me to leave the gaieties of town and go with her to the country, where she says we will be happy together and she will be my nurse." "She will be happier with you at Dunstan's Wolde than she can be here, where she is concerned about your health," returned Osmonde. "That I can see plainly. The whirl of town festivities but torments her when she sees you worn and pale." "Yes," answered my lord with a very tender smile, "I am sure it is true, and there is one lovely young lady with the world at her feet, who is heavenly sweet enough to give her youth and bloom willingly to the care of an old husband." "'Tis to the care of a noble tenderness and love she is willing to give herself," said Osmonde. "She is a woman a woman." His lordship of Dunstanwolde turned and looked at him with a curious interest. "Gerald," he said, "'tis singular that you should speak so, though you say so true a thing. Only a few weeks since she and I spoke of yourself, and her own words of you were those, 'He is a man, he is a man, nay, he is as God meant man should be.' And she added that, if men were so, there would be women great enough to be their mates and give the world men like them. And now you are both right, Gerald, both right. Sometimes I think " He broke his sentence with a sigh, and began quick again. "I will obey you," he said. "After the assembly we hold next week we will go to Dunstan's Wolde. You will be with us that last night, Gerald?" Osmonde bowed, smiling. 'Twas to be a great assembly, at which royalty would be entertained, and of such stateliness and ceremony that his absence would have been a thing to be marked. "Her ladyship has chided me for giving so great an entertainment," said the Earl. "She is very quaint in her play at wifely scolding. Truth is, I am an uxorious husband, and before we leave town would see her a last time all regal and blazing with her newest jewels, reigning over my hospitalities like a queen. 'Tis a childish thing, no doubt, but perhaps " He broke his sentence again with a sigh, which he changed to a smile. "You will be there," he said, "and you will understand the meaning of my weakness." On the night of this great assembly at Dunstanwolde House, Mr. Hammond, my lord Duke's confidential secretary, and the comptroller of his household, sat late over his accounts. He was his Grace's attached servant, and having been in his service since he had left the University, had had time and opportunity to develop a strong affection for him, and a deep and even intimate interest in his concerns. 'Twas not alone an interest in the affairs of his estate, but in himself and all that touched or moved him. This being the case, he also, as well as a greater man, had marked a subtle change in his patron, though wherein its nature lay he could scarcely have described even to himself. "He is not so calm a creature," he had said to himself, striving to make analysis of what he thought he saw. "He is not so happy. At times when he sits in silence he looks like a man doing battle with himself. Yet what could there be for such as he to combat with?" He had thought of this very thing when he had seen his Grace pass to his coach, which was to bear him to the entertainment at his kinsman's house. The man, who had grown used to silent observance of him, had seen in his face the thing he deplored, while he did not comprehend it. At midnight he sat in his room, which adjoined his Grace's study, and in which he was ever within call. "'Tis a thing perhaps none but a woman could understand," he said to himself in quiet thought. The clock began to strike 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but the rest he did not hear. The coach wheels were to be heard rolling into the courtyard. His Grace was returning. Mr. Hammond rose from his work, prepared to answer a summons should he hear one. In but a few minutes he was called, and entered the adjoining room. My lord Duke was standing in the centre of the apartment. He looked like a man who had met with a shock. The colour had fled from his countenance, and his eyes were full of pain. "Hammond," he said, "a great and sudden calamity has taken place. An hour ago my Lord Dunstanwolde was struck down, in the midst of his company, by a fatal seizure of the heart." "Fatal, your Grace?" Mr. Hammond ejaculated. "He did not breathe after he fell," was my lord Duke's answer, and his pallor became even more marble-like than before, as if an added coldness had struck him. He was a dead man when I laid my hand upon his heart. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Her Ladyship returns to town. Upon the awful occasion of his kinsman's sudden death in the midst of the glittering throng of his guests, my Lord Duke had spoken for the first time to her Ladyship of Dunstanwolde's sister, the gentle Mistress Anne. His Grace had chanced to encounter this lady under such circumstances as naturally led them to address each other, and he being glad to have speech with her on whom his thoughts had dwelt so kindly, had remained in attendance upon her, escorting her through the crowd of celebrities and leading her to the supper room for refreshment. Had she been wholly a stranger to him, she was one who would have appealed to his heart and touched it, she was so slight and modest a creature, her eyes so soft and loving, and her low voice so timid. Such women always moved him, and awakened in him that tenderness the weak should always waken in the strong. But Mistress Anne did more, seeming to him, when she spoke of her sister or looked at her, surely the fondest creature nature had ever made. "I understand now," his Grace had said to her as they talked, "why her ladyship says that 'twas you who first taught her what love meant." A soft colour flooded Mistress Anne's whole face as she lifted it to look at him who stood so tall above her smallness. "Did she so?" she exclaimed. "Did she so?" and her soft, dull eyes seemed about to fill with tears. "Truly she did, madam," he answered with warm feeling, and added, too, that until you taught her she had never before beheld it. "Oh, I am grateful," said Mistress Anne. "I never dreamed that but in these days she hath a way of always saying that which makes one happy." "She loves and leans on you," my Lord Duke said, and there was sudden emotion in his voice. "Leans!" cried Mistress Anne, with a kind of loving fright. "Anne! Oh, Anne!" "Yes, yes," he answered. "I have seen it, felt it. Your pardon for my boldness. You will never forget." And at that very moment his attention had been caught by the look on his kinsman's face, they chancing to be near his lordship, and he had seen him sway and fall in the midst of a terrified group, which uttered a low simultaneous cry. After his attendance at the funeral ceremonies, which took place in Warwickshire, his Grace of Osmonde did not return at once to town, but went to Camylott, that in the midst of the quiet loveliness he might be alone. "I must have time to think," he said, "to still my brain which whirls, to teach it to understand." Oh, the heavenly stillness and beauty of the afternoon when he rode up the avenue on his home coming! His home coming! Yes, 'twas that he called it in his thought, and for the first time since his parents' death it seemed so. In the tenderness of his heart, and for the sake of his long and true love for his dead kinsman, he scarce dared explain to himself why he now could use this word and could not before. And yet he felt that in the depths of his being the thought lay that at last he was coming home. "God forgive me if there is lack of kindness in it," he cried to himself. "Kinsman, forgive me. Nay, you know now and will have pity. I am but man and young, and have so madly loved and been so tortured. Now I may look into her eyes and do no wrong, but only great love's bidding. My blood beats in my veins, my heart leaps up so, and will not be still." 'Twas deep autumn and a day of gold. The sunset burned and flamed and piled the sky with golden mountains such as had heaped upon each other on the evening he had stood with his mother at the Long Gallery window before their last parting. The trees' branches were orange and amber and russet brown, the moors had gold hues on them, and on the terraces the late flowers blooming blazed crimson and yellow, as if the summer had burned all paler and less sumptuous colour away. The gables and turrets of the tower rose clear soft grey, or dark with ivy, against a sky of deepest blue. The broad tree studded acres of the park rolled yellow and green to Camylott village, where white cottages nestled among orchards and fields of corn, and were enfolded by wooded hills and rising moorland. Occasional farmyard sounds were to be heard, mingled now and then with voices and laughter of children. Rooks called in the high tree tops with a lazy irregularity, and there was an autumn freshness in the ambient air. In the courtyard the fountain played with a soft plashing, and as he rode in, some little birds were chirping and fluttering as they drank and flirted the water with their wings. The wide doors were thrown open, showing the beauteous huge hall with its pictures and warm colours, its armour and trophies of the chase. The servants stood waiting to receive him, and as the groom took his horse, Mr. Fox approached to greet him on the threshold. Every face had kindly welcome in it, every object seemed to recall some memory which belonged to his happiest youth, to those years when all had been so warm and fair. "Yes," he said later, as he stood at the window in the Long Gallery and looked forth, "God grant I have come home." What hours, what days and nights he spent in the weeks that followed. In truth, they were too full of intense feeling to be wholly happy. Many a night he woke trembling from dreams of anguish. There were 3 dreams which came again and again. One was of the morning when she galloped past him in the narrow lane with the strange look in her eyes, and he never dreamed it without a nightmare sense of mad despair and loss from which his own wild cry to her would wake him. Another was of the night she passed him on the stair and did not see him. O God! For 'twas in this wise the dream always came. She did not see him. She passed him by again, and there was left only the rose lying at his feet. And he should never see her face again. And one was of the night he spent in his room alone at Dunstan's Wolde, the night when he had torn the laces from his throat that he might breathe, and had known himself a frenzied man, while her happy bridegroom to be had slept and dreamt of her. From such dreams he would waken with an unreasoning terror, a nightmare in itself, a sense that even now, even when both were free, and he had seen that in her eyes his soul sought for and cried out to, even now some fate might come between and tear them apart, that the true hearts should never beat against each other, never. And in truth, cold sweat would break forth on his body, and he would spring from his bed and pace to and fro, lighting the tapers that he might drive the darkness from him. "Naught shall come between us," he would cry, "naught under God's heaven, naught on God's earth, no man, nor fate, nor devil." For he had borne his burden too long, and even for his strength and endurance its heaviness had been too great. In these weeks of solitude at Camylott he thought much of him who had passed from earth, of the years they had been friends, of the days they had ridden through the green lanes together or walked in the Long Gallery, he himself but a child, the other his mature and affectionate companion. He had loved and been beloved, and now he was gone, leaving behind him no memory which was not tender and full of affectionate reverence. Never, was Osmonde's thought, in all the years we knew each other, did I hear him utter a thought which was ungenerous or unjust. You, my lord, he found himself saying aloud one day, have sure left earth's regrets behind you and see with clearer eyes than ours. A man, loving as yourself loved, yearning as you yourself yearned, you will but pity with a tender soul. And he could but remember his last interview with Mistress Anne on his bidding farewell to Dunstan's Wolde after the funeral obsequies. "'Tis a farewell I bid the place," he had said, "though I may see it again. I came here as a boy, and in the first years of my young manhood, and he was always here to bid me welcome. One of my earliest memories" they stood in the large saloon together, and he raised his eyes to the picture near them "one of my first recollections here is of this young face with its blushing cheeks, and of my lord's sorrowful tenderness as he told me that she had died and that his little son, who, had he lived, might have been as myself, had died with her." Whereupon Mistress Anne, with innocent tears and lowered voice, told him a story of how, the night before her lord had been laid to rest, his widow had sat by his side through the slow hours, and had stroked his cold hands and spoken softly to him as if he could feel her lovingness, and on the morning before he left her, she had folded in his clasp a miniature of his young dead wife and a lock of her soft hair and her child's. "And 'twas indeed a tender, strange thing to see and hear," said Anne, "for she said with such noble gentleness that 'twas the first sweet lady who had been his wife, not herself, and that when she and her child should run to meet him in heaven, he would forget that they had ever parted, and all would be well. Think you it will be so, your Grace?" Her simple, filled eyes lifted to him appealingly. "There is no marrying or giving in marriage, 'tis said," answered his Grace, "and she whom he loved first, in his youth, surely" Mistress Anne's eyes dwelt upon him in quiet wondering. "'Tis strange how your Grace and her ladyship sometimes utter the same thoughts, as if you were but one mind," she said. "No marrying or giving in marriage 'twas that she herself said." Dunstan's Wolde passed into the hands of the next heir, and the countess and her sister went to their father's estate of Wildairs in Gloucestershire, where during the morning they lived in deep seclusion. 'Twas a long morning, to the wonder of the neighbourhood, who, being accustomed to look upon this young lady as likely to furnish them forth with excitement, had begun at once to make plans for her future and decide what she would do next. Having been rid of her old husband and left an earl's widow with a fine fortune, a town house, and some of the most magnificent jewels in England, 'twas not likely she would long bury herself in an old country house, hiding her beauty in weeds and sad coloured draperies. She would make her period of seclusion as brief as decency would permit, and after it reappear in a blaze of brilliancy. But she remained at Wildairs with her sister, Mistress Anne, only being seen on occasions at church in her long and heavy draperies of black. "But she is a strange mixture," said my Lord Twemlow's chaplain in speaking of her, "and though she hath so changed, hath scarce changed at all. Her black eye can flame as bright as ever under her long widow's veil. She visits the poor with her sister and gives charities, but she will have no beggarly tricks, and can pick out a hypocrite at his first whining, howsoever clever he may be. One came to her last week with a lying tale of having loved the old Earl Dunstanwolde, and been his pensioner for years, and to see her mark the weak points of his story, and to hear the wit with which she questioned him until he broke down affrighted, was a thing to marvel at. "Think you," she said, "that I will let knaves trade on my lord's goodness and play tricks in his name? You shall all see. In the stocks you shall sit and repent it, a warning to other rascals." But in the miserable, long neglected village of Wildairs she did such deeds as made her remembered to the end of many lives. No village was in worse case than this had been for years, as might well be expected. Falling walls, rotting thatches, dirt and wretchedness were to be seen on all sides. Cottages were broken down and noisome. Men and women who should have been hale were drawn with rheumatism from mouldering dampness, or sodden with drink and idleness. Children who should have been rosy and clean and studying their horn books at the dame's school were little, dirty, evil, brutal things. "And no blame of theirs but yours," my lady said to her father. "Thou didst not complain in days gone by, Clo," said Sir Jeoffry, "but swore at them roundly when they ran in thy horse's way as thou went at gallop through the village, and called the men and women lousy pigs who should be whipped." "Did I?" said her ladyship, looking at him with large eyes. "Ay, that I did. In those days surely I was mad and blind." "Wildairs village is no credit to its owner," grumbled Sir Jeoffry. "Wherefore should it be? I am a poor man. I can do naught for it." "I can," said my Lady Dunstanwolde. And so she did. But at first when she entered the tumble down cottages, looking so tall, a black figure in her sweeping draperies and widow's veil, the people were more than half frighted. But soon she won them from their terror with her own strange power, and they found that she was no longer the wild young lady who had dashed through their hamlet in hunting garb, her dogs following her, and the glance of her black eyes and the sound of her mocking laugh things to flee before. Her eyes had grown kind, and she had a way none could resist, and showed a singular knowledge of poor folks' wants and likings. Her goodness to them was not that of the ordinary lady, who felt that flannel petticoats and soup and scriptural readings made up the sum of all requirements. There were other things she knew and talked to them of, as if they were human creatures like herself. "I can carry to them food and raiment," said Mistress Anne, wondering at her, "but when I try to talk with them I am afraid and have no words. But you, sister, when you sat by that poor distraught young woman yesterday and talked to her of her husband who had met such sudden death, you knew what to say, and in the midst of her agony she turned in her bed and lay and stared at you and listened." "Yes, I knew," said my lady, her eyes shining. "She is passing through what I might pass through if those two poor souls, rustics and ignorant, who to greater people seem like cattle, they were a man and woman who had loved and mated. They could not have told their joy or the meaning of it. I could. I could. And now her mate is gone, and the world is empty, and she is driven mad. I know, I know. Only another woman who knew could have uttered words she would have listened to." "What did you say?" said Mistress Anne, and almost gasped, for my lady looked so full of tragic truth and passion, and how could she know, being only the widow of an old man whom she had but loved with kindness, as if she had been his daughter? 'Twas not through her loss of my Lord Dunstanwolde she knew, and yet know she did, 'twas plain. and her answer was the strangest daring proof. I said to her, almost fiercely, though I spoke beneath my breath, he hath not left thee. Thou wouldst not have left him. Thou couldst not. Remember. Think. Thou canst not see him, but thee he sees and loves. Loves, I tell thee, as he did 2 weeks since. Perhaps he holds thee in his arms and cries to thee to hear him. Perhaps 'tis he who speaks in these words of mine. When we have loved them, and they us, death is not strong enough to part us. Love holds too close. Listen, he is here." "Heaven's mercy!" cried gentle Mistress Anne, the tears running down her cheeks. "There seems no death when you talk thus, sister no death." "There is none," said my lady, "when love comes. When love is come, there is naught else in nature's universe, for it is stronger than all." And 'twas as if she were some prophetess who spoke, her face and eyes glowed with such fire and solemness. But Mistress Anne, gazing at her, thrilled to her heart's core, had a strange sense of fear, wondering whence this mood had come, how it had grown, and what it might bring forth in the unknown future. The custom of the time held that a widowed lady should mourn retired a year, but 'twas near 2 before her ladyship of Dunstanwolde came forth from her seclusion, and casting her weeds, returned to town. And my Lord Duke of Osmonde had come again to Camylott when the news was spread. He had been engaged in grave business, and having been abroad upon it, on his return travelled at once to the country. To Camylott he came, because it was his refuge in all unrestful hours, or deeply grave ones. The broad, heavenly scene spread out before it soothed him when he gazed through its windows. The waving and rustle of the many huge trees on every side never ceased to bring back to him something of the feeling he had had in his childhood, that they were mighty and mysterious friends who hushed him as a child is hushed to sleep. And so he came to Camylott for a few days' repose before re entering Court life with its tumults and broils and scheming. In a certain comfortable suite of rooms which had once been part of the nurseries there lived at peaceful ease an aged woman who loved his Grace well and faithfully, and had so loved him from his childhood, knowing indeed more of the intimate details of his life and career than he himself imagined. This old gentlewoman was Mistress Rebecca Halsell, the whilom chieftainess of the nursery department, and having failed in health as age drew near her, she had been generously installed a quiet pensioner in her old domain. When the Marquess of Roxholm had returned from his first campaign, he had found her living in these apartments, a woman nearing 70, somewhat bent with rheumatism, and white haired, but with the grave, clear eyes he remembered, still undimmed. "I hope to be here still, my lord Marquess," she had said, "when you bring your lady home to us, even perhaps when the nurseries are thrown open again. I have been a happy woman in these rooms since the first hour I entered them and took your lordship from Nurse Alison's arms." She had led a happy life, being surrounded by every comfort, all the servants being her friends, and she spending her days with books and simple work, sitting chiefly at the large window from whence she could see the park and the avenue where the company came and went, on the days when there was naught else stirring, watch the rookery with its colony of rooks flying to and fro, quarrelling or sitting in judgment on affairs of state, settling their big nests, and marrying and giving in marriage. When his Grace was at the Tower he paid her often a friendly visit, and entertained her bravely with stories of camp and court, until, indeed, She had become a wondrous stateswoman, and knew quite well all the merits of Marlborough and Prince Eugene, and had her own views of the changing favourites and their bitter struggles to attain their ends. On this occasion of his return, my lord Duke, going to give her greeting, found her parting with a friend, a comely countrywoman, who left them curtseying, and Mistress Halsell sat in her armchair with somewhat of a glow in her grave eyes, and after their first exchange of words, the room was for a few moments very quiet. "Your Grace," she said, "before she who has just left us came, I sate here and thought of a day many years ago when you and I sate together, and your Grace climbed on my knee." "I have climbed there many a time, Nurse Halsell," he said, his brown eyes opening, laughing, as it had a trick of doing. "But this time was a grave one," Mistress Halsell answered. "We talked of grave things, and in my humble way I strove to play chaplain and preach a sermon. You had heard Grace and Alison gossip of King Charles and Madam Carwell and Nell Gwynne, and would ask questions it was hard to answer." "I remember well," said my lord Duke, the light of memory in his eye, and he added, as one who reflects, "He is the King. He is the King." "You remember!" said Nurse Halsell, her old eyes glowing. "I have never forgot, and your Grace's little face so lost in thought, as you looked out at the sky." "I have remembered it," said his Grace, "in many a hard hour such as comes in all men's lives." "You have known some such?" said the old woman, and of a sudden, as she gazed at him, it seemed as if such feeling overswept her and made her forget as he was a great Duke, and remember only her beauteous nursling. "Yes, you have known them, for I have sate here at the window and watched, and there have been days when my heart was like to break." He started and turned towards her. Her deep eyes were full of tears, which brimmed over and ran down her furrowed cheeks, and in them he saw a tender and wise knowledge of his nature's self and all its pains, a thing of which before he had never dreamed, for how could he have imagined that an old woman living alone could have so followed him with her heart that she had guessed his deepest secret? But this indeed she had, and her next words most touchingly revealed it. "Being widowed and childless when I came to you," she said, her emotion rising to a passion, "'twas as if you grew to be my own, and in those summer days 3 years gone, life and love were strong in you, life and love and youth, and her eyes dared not turn to you, nor yours to her, and I am a woman and was afraid, for my man who died and left me widowed was my lover as well as my husband, and soul and body we had been one, so I knew. But as I sat here and saw you, as you passed below with your company, I said it to myself again and again, 'He is the King, he is the King.'" And as his Grace rose from his seat, not angered, indeed gazing at her tenderly, though growing pale, she seized his hand and kissed it, her tears falling. "If 'tis unseemly," she said, "forgive me, your Grace, forgive me. But I had sate here so long this very morning and thought but of this thing, and in the midst of my thinking came this woman, and she is from Gloucestershire, and told me of her ladyship of Dunstanwolde, whose chariot passed her on the road, and she goes up to town, and rode radiant and blooming in rich colours, having cast her weeds aside, and looking, so the woman said, like a beauteous creature new born, with all of life to come." CHAPTER 24 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Sir John Oxon returns also. When his Grace of Osmonde returned to town, he found but one topic of conversation, and this was of such interest and gave such a fillip to gossip and chatter, that fierce Sarah of Marlborough's encounters with Mrs. Masham, and her quarrels with Majesty itself, were for the time actually neglected. Her Grace had engaged in battles royal for so long a time and with such activity that the Court and the world were a little wearied and glad of something new. And here was a most promising event which might be discussed from 1,000 points and bring forth pretty stories of past and present, as well as prophecies for the future. The incomparable and amazing Clorinda, Countess of Dunstanwolde, having mourned in stately retirement for near upon 2 years, when fashion demanded but one, and having paid such reverence to her old lord's memory as had seemed almost the building of a monument to his virtues, had cast her sables, left the country, and come up to town to reign again at Dunstanwolde House, which had been swept and garnished. At Court and in all the modish houses in the town, one may be sure that the whole story of her strange life was told and retold with a score of imaginative touches. Her baby oaths were resworn, her childish wickedness depicted in colours which glowed. The biographies of the rough old country rakes who had trained her were related, in free translation, so to speak, over many a dish of chocolate and tea, and these points dwelt on. What more dramatic than that to turn upon the singular fortune of her marriage, the wealth, rank, and reputation of the man who had so worshipped her, and the unexpectedness of her grace and decorum, the while she bore his name and shared his home with him. Had she come up to town, 'twas remarked, and once having caught him, played the vixen and the shrew, turned his house into a bear garden, behaved unseemly and put him to shame, none would have been surprised. Many would have been all agog with joy, interrupted old Lady Storms, who heard. She was a woeful disappointment to many a gossiping woman, and a lesson to all the shifty fools who sell themselves to a man and then trick him out of the price he paid. At the clubs and coffee houses the men talked also, though men's tongues do not run as fast as the tongues of womenkind, and their gossip was of a masculine order. She was a finer creature than ever, and at present was the richest widow in England. A man might well lose his wits over her mere self if she had naught but the gown she stood in, but he who got her would get all else beside. The new beaux and the old ones began to buy modish habits and periwigs, adorn themselves with new sword and shoulder knots, and trifle over the latest essences offered in the toy shops. "Split me," said one splendid fob, "but since my lady returned to town, the price of ambergris and bergamot and civet powders has mounted perilously, and the mercers are all too busy to be civil. When I sent my rascal this morning to buy the secret white water to curl gentlemen's hair, on my life he was told he must wait for it, since new must be made, as all had been engaged." One man at that time appeared at the Cocoa Tree and Cribs with a new richness of garb and a look in his face such as had not been seen there for many a day. In truth, for some time the coffee houses had seen but little of him, and it had sometimes been said that he had fled the country to escape his creditors, or might be spending his days in a debtor's prison, since he had no acquaintances who would care to look for him if he were missing, and he might escape to France, or be seized in rotten gaol, and none be the wiser. But on a night even a little before the throwing open of Dunstanwolde House, he sauntered into the Cocoa Tree, and, having become so uncommon a sight, several turned to glance at him. "Egad!" one cried low to another, "'tis Jack Oxon back again. Where doth the fellow spring from?" His good looks it had been hard for him to lose, they being such as were built of delicately cut features, graceful limbs, and an elegant air, but during the past year he had often enough looked haggard, vicious, and of desperate ill humour, besides out of fashion, if not out at elbow. Now his look had singularly changed. His face was fresher, his eye brighter, though a little feverish in its light, and he wore a new sword in velvet scabbard, a rich lace steenkirk, and a modish coat of pale violet brocade. "Where hast come from, Jack?" someone asked him. "Hast been into a nunnery?" "Yes," he answered, "doing penance for thy sins, having none of my own." "Hast got credit again, I swear," cried the other, "or thou wouldst not look such a dandy." Sir John sat down and called for refreshment, which a drawer brought him. "A man can always get credit," he said, with an ironic, cool little smile, "when his fortunes take a turn." "Thou lookest as if thine had turned," said his companion. "Purple and silver, and thy ringlets brushed and perfumed like a girl's. In thy eyes 'tis a finer mop than any other man's French periwig, I'll know." Sir John looked down on his shoulders at his soft rich fall of curls, and smiled. "'Tis finer," he said. "'Tis as fine for a man as a certain beauty's we once talked of was for a woman." The man who talked with him laughed with a half sneer. "Thou canst not forget her hair, Jack," he said, "but the lock stayed on her head despite thee. Art going to try again, now she is a widow?" Sir John looked up from his drink, and in his eyes there leapt up a devil in spite of himself, for he had meant, if he could, to keep cool. "Ay," he said, "by God, I am." So when men talked of Lady Dunstanwolde 'twas not unnatural that, this story having been bruited about, they should talk also of Jack Oxon; and since they talked to each other, the rumour reached feminine ears which pricked themselves at once, and when my Lord Duke of Osmonde came to town and went into the world, he also heard discussions of Sir John Oxon. This gentleman who had been missing in the world of fashion had reappeared, and 'twas believed had returned to life to try his fortunes with my Lady Dunstanwolde. And 'twas well known indeed that he had been the first lover she had known, for the elderly country roisterers had been naught but her playmates and her father's boon companions, and Sir John had appeared at the famous birthnight supper, and had been the only town man who had ever seen her in her male attire, and was among those who toasted her when she returned to the banquet room, splendid in crimson and gold, and ordered all to fall upon their knees before her. And Sir John, he was then in the heyday of his beauty and success, had gone mad with love for her, and 'twas believed that she had returned his passion, as any girl well might, though she was so proud spirited a creature that none could be quite sure. At least 'twas known that he had laid siege to her, and for near 2 years had gone often to the country, and many had seen him gaze at her in company when his passion was writ plain in his blue eyes. Suddenly, on his reappearance, since he for some unknown reason wore the look of a man whose fortunes might have changed for the better, there were those among whom the tide took a turn somewhat in Sir John's favour. 'Twas even suggested by a woman of fashion, given somewhat to romance, that perhaps the poor man had fallen into evil ways and lost his good looks and elegant air through thwarted passion, and 'twas thought indeed a touching thing that at the first gleam of hope he should emerge from his retirement almost restored in spirit and bloom. The occupants of coaches and chairs passing before the entrance to Osmonde House, which was a great mansion situated in a garden, noted but a few days after the world had heard her ladyship was in town, that his Grace had returned also. Lacqueys stood about the entrance, and the Osmonde liveries were to be seen going to and fro in the streets. The Duke was observed to drive to Kensington and back, and to St. James's and the House of Parliament, and it was known was given audience by the Queen upon certain secret matters of state. 'Twas indeed at this time that the changes were taking place in her Majesty's councils, and his anticipation of a ministerial revolution had so emboldened King Louis that he had ventured to make private overtures to the royal lady's confidential advisers. "What we lose in Flanders we shall gain in England," Marlborough's French enemy Torcy had said, and between the anger and the murmurs of a people who had turned to rend a whilom idol, the intrigues and cabals about the throne, the quarrels of her councillors and ladies of the bedchamber, and the passionate reproaches of the strongest and most indomitable of female tyrants, 'twas small wonder a dull, ease-loving woman, feeling the burden of her royalty all too wearisome and heavy, should turn with almost pathetic insistence to a man young enough to be her son, attractive enough to be a favourite, high enough to be impeccable, and of such clear wit, strength of will and resource, and power over herself and others as seemed to set him apart from all the rest of those who gathered to clamour about her. In truth, my lord Duke's value to her Majesty was founded greatly upon that which had drawn his Grace of Marlborough to him. He wanted nothing. All the others had some desire to gain, secret or avowed. The woman who had so longed for unregal feminine intimacy and companionship that with her favourite attendant she had played a comedy of private life, doffing her queenship and becoming simple Mrs. Morley, that with Mrs. Freeman, at least, she might forget she was a queen, was not formed by nature to combat with state intrigues and court duplicities. "I am given no quiet," the poor august lady said. "These people who resign places and demand them, who call meetings and create a ferment, these ladies who vituperate and clamour like deserted lovers, weary me. Your Grace's strength brings me repose." And as the father had felt sympathy and pity for poor Catherine of Braganza in Charles II.'s day, so the son felt pity and gave what support he could to poor bullied and bewildered Queen Anne. To him her queenship was truly the lesser thing, her helpless, somewhat heavy-witted and easily wavering womanhood the greater. And there were those who feared him, for such reasons as few men in his position had been feared before. His Grace had been but 2 days in town, and on the morning of the 2nd had driven in his chariot to Kensington, and had an audience upon the private matter already spoken of, and which would in all likelihood take him, despite his wishes, across the Channel into the French court. He might be commanded away at the very moment that he wished most to be on English soil, in London itself. For howsoever ardent and long hidden a man's passion, he must, if he be delicate of feeling, await that moment which is ripe for him to speak. And this he pondered on as his chariot rolled through the streets to bear him to make his first visit to her ladyship of Dunstanwolde. "I have known and dreamed of her almost all her life," he thought. "'Tis but 3 years since she first saw my face. Through the first year she was another man's wife, and these 2 last his mourning widow. When I behold her to day, I shall learn much." The sun was shining gloriously, and the sky's blue was deep and clear. He looked up at it as he drove, and at the fresh early summer greenness of the huge trees and thick grass in the parks and gardens. And when his equipage rolled into the court at Dunstanwolde House, he smiled to himself for pleasure to see its summer air, with the lacqueys making excuse to stand outside in the brightness of the day, little Nero, the black negro page, sunning himself with his pugs and spaniels on the plot of grass at the front, and the windows thrown open to let in the soft fresh air, while the balconies before the drawing-room casements were filled with masses of flowers, yellow and white perfumed things, sent up fresh from the country and set in such abundance that the balconies bloomed like gardens. The last time he had beheld her, she had stood by her husband's coffin, swathed in long heavy draperies of black, looking indeed a wonderful tragic figure. And this was in his mind as he walked up the broad staircase, followed by the lacquey, who a moment later flung open the door of the saloon and announced him with solemn majesty. But oh, the threshold once crossed, the great white and gold decorated apartment seemed flooded with sunlight and filled with the fragrance of daffodils and jonquils and narcissus blown in through the open window, and Mistress Anne sat sweet and modest in a fine chair too big for her dear small body, but my lord Duke scarce could see her, for 'twas as if the sun shone in his eyes when there rose from a divan to meet him a tall goddess clad in white, with a gold riband confining her black hair and her waist, and a branch of yellow gold flowers in her hand, which looked as if surely she might just have gathered them on the terrace at Camylott. And she had surely by some magic blotted out the past and had awakened to a present which was like new birth and had no past, for she blushed the loveliest radiant blush at the sight of him, as if she had been no great lady, but a sweet glowing girl. What he said to her, or she to him, he knew no more than any lesser man in his case knows, for he was in a whirl of wonder and strange delight, and could scarce hold in his mind that there was need that he should be sober, this being his first visit to her since she had cast the weeds worn for his own kinsman, and there sat Mistress Anne, changing from red to white as if through some great secret emotion, though he did not know 'twas at the sight of them standing together, and the sudden knowledge and joy it brought to her, which made her very heart to quake in its tenderness. This was the meaning of what she had so wondered at in her sister's mood when they spoke of the poor girl left widowed. This was how she had known, and so she must have learned it in her own despite at first, in that year when she had been a bound woman, when they two had been forced to encounter each other, holding their hearts in gyves of iron, and the fond creature remembered the night before the marriage when she had passed through a strange scene in her sister's chamber, and one thing she had said came back to her, and now she understood its meaning. "I love my Lord Dunstanwolde as well as any other man, and better than some, for I do not hate him. Since I have been promised to him," 'twas this now which came back to her, "I own I have for a moment met another gentleman who might 'twas but for a moment, and 'tis done with." And this had been he, his Grace the Duke of Osmonde, who was so fit a mate for her, and whose brown eyes so burned with love. And she was a free woman, and there they stood at the open window among the flowers, both bound, both free. Free! She started a little as she said the word and thought again, for she knew a strange wild story none other than herself knew, and her sister and Sir John Oxon, and they did not suspect she shared their secret, and for long it seemed to her only some cruel thing she had dreamed, and the wild, lovely creature she had watched and stood guard over with such trembling during a brief season of bewildered anguish, seemed to be a sort of vision also. At the end of but a few short months Mistress Anne had felt this lawless, beauteous being had left the splendid body she had inhabited, and another woman's life had begun in it. Another woman's. That woman it was who had wed Lord Dunstanwolde and made him a blissful man. That woman had been since then her sister, her protector, and her friend. 'Twas she who had watched by my lord's body and spoke low words to him and stroked his poor dead hand. 'Twas she who laid his wife's hair, and her child's, and the little picture on his still breast. 'Twas she who sat by the widowed girl at Wildairs, and 'twas she made glorious by love, who stood and smiled among the window's daffodils. His Grace and her ladyship were speaking softly together of the flowers, the sunshine, of the town and court, and of beauteous Camylott. Once my lord Duke's laugh rang out, rich and gay like a boy's, and there was such youth and fire and happiness in his handsome face as made Mistress Anne remember that, as it was with my lady, so it was with him, that because he was so tall and great and stately, the world forgot that he was young. "But," said the loving woman to herself with a sudden fear, "if he should come back! Nothing so cruel could happen. 'Tis past and dead and forgiven. He could not come." Then his Grace went away. My lady spoke sweet and gracious words to him with the laughing shining eyes of Clo Wildairs at her most wondrous hours, and the Duke holding her hand, bent and kissed it with the tender passion of a hungered man, as he had not dared to dream of kissing it before. And he went down the staircase a new man, carrying his head as though a crown had been set on it, and he would bear it nobly. In his tawny eye there was a smile which was yet solemn, though it was deeply bright. "'Tis the beginning of the world," he said inwardly, "and the evening and the morning were the first day. I have looked into her eyes." And as his chariot rolled through the entrance into the street, another passed it and entered the court, and through the glass he saw a fair man, richly dressed, his bright curls falling soft and thick on his shoulders, and he was arranging the riband of a sword knot, and smiling a little with downcast eyes. And it was Sir John Oxon. CHAPter 25 of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 25. Tomorrow. A dozen gentlemen at least, rumour said, would have rejoiced to end for her by marriage this lovely lady's widowhood, but there were but two she would be like to choose between, and they were different men indeed. One of them, both her heart and her ambition might have caused her to make choice of, for he combined such qualities and fortunes as might well satisfy either. "Zounds," said an old beau, "the woman who wants more than his Grace of Osmonde can give, more money, greater estates, and more good looks, is like to go unsatisfied to her grave. She will take him, I swear, and smile like heaven in doing it." "But there was a time," said Sir Chris Crowell, who had come to town "to behold his beauty's conquests," as he said, and who spent much time at the coffee houses and taverns telling garrulous stories of the days of Mistress Clo of Wildairs. "There was a time when I would have took oath that Jack Oxon was the man who would have her. Lord, he was the first young handsome thing she had ever met, and she was but 15 for all her impudence, and had lived in the country and seen naught but a handful of thick-bodied, red-faced old rakes. And Jack was but 24 and fresh from town, and such a beauty that there was not a dairymaid in the country but was heartbroke by him, though he may have done no more than cast his devilish blue eye on her. For he had a way, I tell ye, that lad, he had a way with him that would have took any woman in. A dozen parts he could play and be a wonder in every one of them, and languish and swear oaths and repent his sins and plead for mercy with the look of an angel come to earth, and bring a woman to tears, and sometimes ruin, God knows, by his very playing of the mountebank. Good Lord, to see those two at the birthnight supper was a sight indeed. My Lady Oxon she would have been, if either of them had been a fortune, but 'twas fate, and which jilted the other, Heaven knows. And if 'twas he who played false, and he would come back now, he will find he hath fire to deal with, for my Lady Dunstanwolde is a fierce creature yet, though her eye shines so soft in these days." And he puffed at his churchwarden's pipe and grinned. Among the men who had been her playmates it would seem that perhaps this old fellow had loved her best of all, or was more given to being demonstrative, or more full of a good natured vanity which exulted in her as being a sort of personal property to vaunt and delight in. At all events, Sir Chris had come to the town, where he had scarce ever visited in all his life before, and had, in a way, constituted himself a sort of henchman or courtier of her ladyship of Dunstanwolde. At her house he presented himself when first he came up, short, burly, red faced, and in his best Gloucestershire clothes, which indeed wore a rustic air when borne to London on the broad back of a country gentleman in a somewhat rusty periwig. When he beheld the outside stateliness of the big town mansion he grinned with delight. When he entered its doors and saw its interior splendours he stared about him with wondering eyes, and when he was passed from point to point by one tall and gorgeously liveried lacquey after another, he grew sober. When her ladyship came to him shortly after, she found him standing in the middle of the magnificent saloon, which had been rearranged and adorned for her by her late lord in white and golden panels, with decoration of garlands and cupids and brocades after the manner of the French King Louis XIV, and he was gazing about him still, and now scratching his periwig absently. "Eh, my lady?" he said, making an awkward bow, as if he did not know how to bear himself in the midst of such surroundings. "Thy father was right. Never had he seen a lady clad in such rich stuffs and looking so grand and like a young queen, but her red lips parted, showing her white teeth, and her big black eyes laughed as merry as ever he had seen them when Clo Wildairs tramped through the moors with him, her gun over her fustian shoulder." "Was he so?" she cried, taking hold of his thick hand and drawing him towards a huge gold carved sofa. "Come and tell me then when he was right, and if 'twas thou wast wrong." Sir Chris stared at her a minute, straight at her arch, brilliant face, and then his rueful countenance relaxed itself into a grin. "Ecod!" he said, still staring hard. "Thou art not changed a whit." "Ecod!" she said, mocking him, "but I am that. Shame on thee to deny it. I am a countess, and have been presented to the Queen, and cast my ill manners, and can make a court obeisance." And she made him a great, splendid curtsy, sweeping down amidst her rich brocades as if she would touch the floor. "Lord, Lord!" he said, and scratched his periwig again. "Thou look'st like a queen thyself. But 'tis thy big eyes are not changed, Clo, that laughed so through the black fringes of them like stars shining through a bush, and thy saucy way that makes a man want to seize hold on thee and hug thee, though " he checked himself, half frightened, but she laughed out at him with that bell like clearness he remembered so well, and which he swore afterwards would put heart into any man. "'Tis no harm that a man should want to seize hold upon a woman," she said. "'Tis a thing men are given to, poor souls, and 'tis said Heaven made them so. But let him not be unwary and strive to do it. Town gentlemen know 'tis not the fashion." Sir Chris chuckled and looked about him again. "Clo," he said, "since thou hast laughed at me and I am not frightened by thy grandness, as I was at first, I will tell thee I am going to stay in London for a while, and look on at thee, and be a town man myself. Canst make a town man of me, Clo?" grinning. "Yes," answered her ladyship, holding her head on one side to look him over, "with a velvet coat and some gold lace, and a fine new periwig scented with orris or jessamine, and a silver gilt sword and a hat cocked smartly, and a snuff box with a lady's picture in it. I will give thee mine, and thou shalt boast of it in company." He slapped his thigh and laughed till his red face grew purple. "Nay," he said, "thy father was wrong. He said I was a fool to come, for such as me and him was out of place in town, and fine ladies' drawing rooms would make us feel like stable boys. He said I would be heartsick and shamefaced in 12 hours, and turn tail and come back to Gloucestershire like a whipped dog. But I shall not, I swear, but shall be merrier and in better heart than I have been since I was young. It gets dull in the country, Clo," shaking his head, "when a man gets old and heavy, and 'tis worst when he has no children left to keep him stirring. I have took a good lodging in the town, and I will dress myself like a court gentleman, and go to the coffee houses and the play, and hear the wits. And I shall watch thy coach and six drive by, and tell the company I was thy playmate when thou wert Clo Wildairs, and thou art not too fine a lady, even now thou art a court beauty and a countess, to be kind to an old fellow from the country." He strutted away from the mansion, the proudest and happiest man in London, giving his hat a jaunty cock, and walking with an air, his old heart beating high with joy to feel that this beautiful creature had not forgot old days, and did not disdain him. He went to the tailors and mercers and wig makers, and furnished himself forth with fine belongings, and looked a town gentleman indeed when he came to exhibit himself to my lady, and before long the Mall and the Park became familiar with his sturdy old figure and beaming country face, and the beauties and beaux and wits began to know him, and that he had been one of Mistress Clorinda Wildairs's companions in her Gloucestershire days, and had now come to town, drawn simply by his worship of her, that he might delight himself by looking on at her triumphs. There were many who honestly liked his countrified, talkative good nature, and inviting him to their houses made a favourite out of him, and there were others who encouraged him to hear him tell his stories, and several modish beauties amused themselves by coquetting with him, one of these being my Lady Betty Tantillion, who would tease and ogle him until he was ready to lose his wits in his elderly delight. One of her favourite tricks was to pout at him and twit him on his adoration of my Lady Dunstanwolde, of whom she was in truth not too fond, though she had learned to keep a civil tongue in her head, since her ladyship was a match for half a dozen such as she, and, when she chose to use her cutting wit, proved an antagonist as greatly to be feared in the days when Lady Maddon, the fair and frail willow wand, had fallen into hysteric fits in the country mercer's shop. "You men always lose your wits when you see her," she would say. "'Tis said Sir John Oxon," with a malicious little glance at that gentleman, who stood near her ladyship across the room, "'tis said Sir John Oxon lost more, and broke a fine match, and squandered his fortune, and sank into the evilest reputation, all for love of her." She turned to his Grace of Osmonde, who was near, waving her fan languishing. "Has your Grace heard that story?" she asked. His Grace approached smiling. He never could converse with this young lady without smiling a little, she so bore out all the promise of her schoolgirl letters, and reminded him of the night when he had found her brother, Ensign Tom, and Bob Langley grinning and shouting over her homilies on the Gloucestershire beauty. "Which one is it?" he said. your ladyship has been kind enough to tell me so many."
"'Tis the one about Sir John Oxon and her ladyship of Dunstanwolde," she answered with a pretty simper. "All Gloucestershire knows how they were in love with each other when she was Mistress Wildairs, until she cast him off from my Lord Dunstanwolde. 'Tis said she drove him to ruin, but now he has come back to her, and all think she will remember her first love and yield to him at last. And surely it would be a pretty romance."
"Jack Oxon was not drove to ruin by her ladyship," cried Sir Chris. "Not he. But deep in love with her he was, 'tis sure, and had she been any other woman she must have been melted by him. Ecod!" looking across the room at the two with a reflective air, "I wonder if she was."
"But look at his eyes now," said my Lady Betty, giving a side glance at his Grace. "They glow like fire, and wheresoever she moves he keeps them glued on her."
"She doth not keep hers glued on him," said Sir Chris, "but looks away and holds her head up as if she would not see him."
"That is her way to draw him to her," cried Lady Betty. "It drives a man wild with love to be so treated, and she is a shrewd beauty, but when he can get near enough he stands and speaks into her ear, low, that none may listen. I have seen him do it more than once, and she pretends not to hearken, but hears it all, and murmurs back, no doubt, while she seems to gaze straight before her and waves her fan. I heard him speak once when he did not think me close to him, and he said, 'Have you forgot? Have you forgot, Clorinda?' And she answered then, but her words I did not hear. She waved her painted fan with a coquettish flourish. ''Tis not a new way of making love,' she said with arch knowingness. 'It hath been done before.'"
"He hath drawn near and is speaking to her now," said Sir Chris, staring wonderingly. "But I swear it does not look like love making. He looks like a man who threatens."
"He threatens he will fall on his sword if she will not yield," laughed Lady Betty. "They all swear the same thing." My lord Duke moved forward. He had heard this talk often before during the past weeks, and he had seen this man haunting her presence, and always when he was near or spoke to her a strange look on her face, a look as if she made some struggle within herself or him, and strangest of all, though she was so gracious to himself, something in her eyes had seemed to hold him back from speaking, as if she said, "Not yet, not yet soon, but not yet." And though he had not understood, it had bewildered him, and brought back a memory of the day she had sat in the carven gilded chair and delivered her lord's message to him, and her eyes had pleadingly forbade him to come to Dunstan's Wolde while her words expressed her husband's hospitable desire. His passion for her was so great and deep, 'twas a fathomless pool whose depths were stirred by every breath of her, and so he had even waited till her eyes should say "Now." He had moved towards her this moment because she had looked up at him, as if she needed he should come nearer. She rose from her seat, leaving Sir John Oxon where he stood. His Grace moved quicker, and they met in the crowd, and as she looked up at him, he saw that she had lost a little of her radiant bloom, and she spoke in a low voice like a girl. "Will your Grace take me to my coach?" she said. "I am not well." And he led her, leaning on his arm, through the crowd to Mistress Anne, who was always glad to leave any assembly, the more brilliant they, the readier she to desert their throngs. And he escorted them to their coach, and before he left them asked a question gravely. "Will your ladyship permit me," he said, "to wait on you to morrow? I would know that your indisposition has passed." My lady answered him in a low voice from the coach. Her colour had come back, and she gave him her hand, which he kissed. Then the equipage rolled away, and he entered his own, and being driven back to Osmonde House, said to himself gravely, over and over again, one word, "To morrow." But within 2 hours a messenger in the royal liveries came from Kensington, and as quickly as horses could carry him my lord Duke was with her Majesty, whom he found agitated and pale, important news from France having but just reached her. Immediate action was necessary, and there was none who could so well bear her private messages to the French Court as could the man who had no interest of his own to serve, whom nature and experience peculiarly fitted for the direction of affairs requiring discretion, swiftness of perception, self control, and dignity of bearing. 'Twas his royal mistress herself who said these things to his Grace, and added to her gracious commands many condescending words and proofs of confidence, which he received with courtly obeisance, but with a galled and burning heart. And on the coming of the morrow he was on his way to Versailles, and my Lady Dunstanwolde, having received news of the sudden exigency and his departure, sat in her chamber alone, gazing into vacancy, with a hunted look in her wide eyes. CHAPTer 26 of His Grace of Osmonde, by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 26 A Dead Rose. Sovereigns and their thrones, statesmen and their intrigues, favourites and their quarrels, of what moment are they to a man whose heart is on fire, and whose whole being resolves itself into but one thought of but one creature? My lord Duke went to France as he was commanded. He had been before at Versailles and Fontainebleau and Saint Germain, and there were eyes which brightened at the sight of his tall form, and there were men who, while they greeted him with courteous bows and professions of flattering welcome, exchanged side glances and asked each other momentous questions in private. He went about his business with discretion and diplomatic skill, and found that he had no reason to despair of its accomplishment. But all his thoughts of his errand, though he held his mind steady, and could reason clearly on them, seemed to him like the thoughts of a man in a dream, who only in his private moments awakened to the reality of existence. "'Twas Fate again," he said. "Fate, who always seemed to stalk in between. If I had gone to her on that to morrow, I should have poured forth my soul, and hers would have answered me. But there shall be another to morrow, and I swear it shall come soon." There was but a few hours' journey by land and the English Channel between himself and London, and there was much passing to and fro, and though the French Court had stories enough of its own, new ones were always welcome, English gossip being thought to have a special heavy quaintness, droll indeed. The Court of Louis found much entertainment in the Court of Anne, and the frivolities or romance of beauties who ate beef and drank beer, and wore, 'twas said, the coquettish commode founded on lovely Fontaine's lace handkerchief, as if it were a nightcap. "But they have a handsome big creature there now, who is amazing," they said with interest at this time. "She was brought up as a boy at the château of her father, and can fight with swords like a man, but is as beautiful as the day and 7 feet tall. It would be a pleasure to see her. She is at present a widow with an immense fortune, and all the gentlemen fight duels over her." Both masculine and feminine members of the court were much pleased with this lady, and found her more interesting and exciting than any of her sister beauties. Naturally, many unfounded anecdotes of her were current, and it was said that she fought duels herself. It was not long before it was whispered that the handsome Englishman, Monsieur le Duc d'Osmonde, the red blond giant with the great calm eyes, was one of the two chief pretendants to this picturesque lady's favour. Thus, as was inevitable, my lord Duke heard all the rumours from the English capital in one form or another. Some of them were bitter things for him to hear, for all of them more or less touched upon Sir John Oxon, who seemed to follow her from playhouse to assembly and to dog her very footsteps, while all the world looked on wondering, since her ladyship treated him with such unrelenting coldness and disdain. His Grace had much to do at this time and did it well, but the days seemed long, and each piece of English gossip he heard recounted added to the length of the 24 hours. Then there came a story which created an excitement greater than any other, and was chattered over with a vivacity which made him turn pale. In London the wonderful Amazon Milady Dunstanwolde had provided the town with a new example of her courage and daring spirit. There was a man who owned the most dangerous horse in the country, a monster, a devil. So his Grace heard the history related for the first time in a great lady's salon, to breathlessly delighted listeners. The animal was a horror of vice and temper, but beautiful, beautiful. A skin of black satin, a form incomparable. He has 3 grooms who take care of him, and all of them are afraid. He bites, he kicks, he rises on his hind legs and falls on those who ride him. None but those 3 men dare to try manage him. Each one is a wonderful rider and hopes to win or subdue him. It is no use. One morning the first of the 3 enters his stable and does not come out. He is called and does not answer. Someone goes to look. He is there, but he lies in a heap, kicked to death. A few days later the second one manages to mount the horse, taking him by surprise. At first the animal seemed frightened into quietness. Suddenly he begins to run. He goes faster and faster, and all at once stops, and his rider flies over his head and is taken up with a broken neck. His owner, who is a horse dealer, orders him to be shot, but keeps him for a few days because he is so handsome. Who, think you, hears of him and comes to buy him? It is a lady. He is the very beast I want, she says. It will please me to teach him. There is someone stronger than himself. Who is it? asked the narrator, striking her fair hands together in a sort of exultation. The Countess of Dunstanwolde, broke in a voice, and all turned quickly to look at the speaker. It was the Duke of Osmonde. How did Monsieur the Duke know at once? They asked laughing, and he answered them with a slight smile, though someone remarked later that he had looked pale. He had known that she was a marvellous horsewoman. He had seen her in the hunting field when she had been a child. He had heard of her riding dangerous animals before. Everyone knew that she was without fear. There was no other woman in England who would dare so much. He spoke to them in almost ordinary tones, and heard their exclamations of admiration or prophetic fright to the end. But when he had driven homeward, and was alone in his own apartment, he felt himself cold with dread. "And I wait here at the command of a Queen," he said, "and cannot be loosed from my duty. And fate may come between again again!" And he almost shuddered the next instant as he heard the sound which broke from his lips. 'Twas so like a short, harsh laugh which mocked at his own sharp horror. "'Tis not right that a woman should so play with a man's soul," he cried fiercely. "'Tis not fair she should so lay him on the rack." But next, manlike, his own anguish melted him. "She does not know," he said. "If she knew, she would be more gentle. She is very noble. Had I spoke with her on that to morrow, she would have obeyed the commands my love would lay upon her." "My Lady Dunstanwolde," he heard a day later, "has vowed to conquer her great horse or be killed by it. Each day she fights a battle with it in the park, and all the people crowd to look on. Some say it will kill her, and some she will kill it. She is so strong and without fear. To one of her adorers she laughed and said that if the animal broke her neck she need battle with neither men nor horses again. The name of her horse is Devil, and he is said to look like one." "Magnifique!" laughed the man who spoke. By the third day his Grace of Osmonde's valet began to look anxious. He had attended his master 10 years and had never seen him look as he did in these days. His impression was that his Grace did not sleep, that he had not slept for several nights. Lexton had heard him walking in his room when he ought to have been in bed. One thing was certain, he did not eat his meals, and one thing Lexton had always affirmed was that he had never known a gentleman as fine and regular in his habits as his Grace, and had always said that 'twas because he was so regular that he was such a man as he was, so noble in his build and so clear in his eye, and with such a grand bearing. At last turns up in the street young Langton, who had run over to Paris, as he had a habit of doing when he was out of humour with his native land, either because his creditors pressed him or because some lady was unkind. And he stopped my Lord Duke in the Rue Royale, filled to the brim with the excitement of the news he brought fresh from London. "Has your Grace heard of my Lady Dunstanwolde's breaking of the horse Devil?" he cried. "The story has reached Paris, I know, for I heard it spoke of scarce an hour after my arrival. On Tuesday I stood in Hyde Park and watched the fight between them, and I think, God knows, that surely no woman ever mounted such a beast and ran such danger before. 'Tis the fashion to go out each morning and stand looking on and laying wagers. The stakes run high. At first the odds were all against my lady, but on Tuesday they veered, and were against the horse. How they can stand and laugh and lay bets, Heaven knows." He was a good natured young fellow, and gave a little shudder. "I could not do it. For all her spirit and her wrists of steel, she is but a woman, and a lovely creature, and the horse is so great a demon that if he gets her from his back and beneath his feet, good Lord, it makes me sick to think of it." He shook his shoulders with a shudder again. "What think you?" he cried. "I heard Jack Oxon wager. He hath been watching her day after day, more fierce and eager than the rest. He turned round one moment when the beast was doing his worst, and 'twas life and death between them, and she could hear his words, too, mark you. 1,000 pounds against 50, he says with a sneering laugh. 1,000 pounds that she is off his back in 5 minutes, and that when she is dragged away, what his heels have left of her will bear no semblance to a woman." "Good God!" broke from the Duke. "This within her hearing! Good God!" "In my belief 'twas a planned thing to make her lose her nerve," said the young fellow. "'Tis my belief he would gloat over the killing of her, because she has disdained him. Why is there not some man who hath the right to stop her? His honest face reddened. "What am I to dare to speak to such a lady in advice? I know it was an impudence, and felt it one, your Grace, but I plucked up courage to follow her home, and says I, bowing and as red as a turkey cock, 'My lady, for the Lord's sake give up this awfulness. Think of them that love you. Sure there must be some heart you would tear in two. For God's sake have pity on it, wheresoever it might be, though I beg your ladyship's pardon, and 'tis impudence, I know.' My lord Duke caught up his hand and in the passionate gratitude of the grasp he gave it forgot his own strength and that Bob was not a giant also. 'God bless you!' he cried. 'God bless you! You are a brave fellow. I am her kinsman and am grateful. God bless you, man, and call on Gerald Mertoun for a friend's service when you need it.' And he strode away, leaving Bob Langton staring after him and holding his crushed hand tenderly, but feeling a glow at his heart, for 'tis not every day a careless, empty pocketed young ensign is disabled by the grasp of a Duke's hand, and given his friendship as the result of a mere artless impulse of boyish good nature. His Grace strode homeward and called Lexton to him. "We go to England within an hour," he said. "We may remain there but a day. Not a moment is to be lost. 'Tis of most serious import." When he entered Osmonde House, on reaching the end of his journey, the first person he encountered was Mr. Fox, who had just come in from Hyde Park, where he had spent the morning. "I have been there each day this week, your Grace," he said, and his lips trembled somewhat as he wiped his brow. "It hath seemed to me all the town hath been there. Your Grace's pardon, but I could not stay away. It seemed almost a duty, but I would gladly have been spared it. The worst is over," and he wiped his brow again, his thin, clerical countenance pale. "They say the horse is beat, but who knows when such a beast is safe, and at this moment she puts him through his paces, and they all look on applauding." His Grace had rung the bell. "Bring Rupert," he commanded. "Rupert." And the beast was brought without delay, as fiery a creature as the horse devil himself, yet no demon, but a spirited brute, knowing his master as his master knew himself. And my lord Duke came forth and flung himself upon him, and the creature sprang forward as if they had been one, and he felt in every nerve that his rider rode with heart beating, with passion which was resolute to overleap every obstacle in its way, which had reached the hour when it would see none, hear of none, submit to none, but sweep forward to its goal as though 'twere wind or flame. A short hour later all the town knew that my Lady Dunstanwolde had sealed her brilliant fate, and 'twas not Sir John Oxon who was conqueror, but his Grace of Osmonde, who, it seemed, had swept down upon her and taken possession of his place by her side as a king might have descended on some citadel and claimed it for his own. Great Heaven! What a thing it had been to behold! And how those congratulated themselves who had indeed beheld it! My lord Duke appearing upon the scene as if by magic, he who had been known to be in France, and who came almost at full gallop beneath the trees, plainly scarce seeing the startled faces turned at the sound of his horse's hoofs, the hats which were doffed at the sight of him, the fair faces which lighted, the lovely, hurried curtsies made, his own eyes being fixed upon a certain point out on the riding road where groups stood about and her ladyship of Dunstanwolde sat erect and glowing, upon the back of her conquered beast, the black horse devil. "Zounds! 'Twas like a play," cried Sir Christopher, gloating over it when 'twas past. "There rides my lady like an empress, devil going on, dainty as a dancing master, and all the grandees doffing hats to her down the line. And of a sudden one man hears hoofs pounding and turns, and there he comes, my Lord Duke of Osmonde, and he sees but one creature and makes straight for her, and she doth not even hear him till he is close upon her, and then she turns, blushing, good Lord, the loveliest crimson woman ever wore, and in each other's eyes they gaze as if heaven's gate had opened, and 'twas not earth that was beneath their horses' feet, and both forgot that poor plain flesh and blood stood looking on." "Lud!" minced Lady Betty, applauding with her fan. "We must have it made into a play, and Mrs. Bracegirdle shall perform it." "My old heart thumped to see it," said Sir Chris. "It thumped, I swear," and he gave his stout side a feeling blow. "All her days I have known her, and it came back to me how, when she was but a vixen of 12, we dubbed her Duchess, and, ecod! the water came into my eyes." "Because she was a vixen, or because you called her Duchess?" said my Lady Betty, with her malicious little air. Sir Christopher stared at her. There was a touch of moisture in his old eyes, 'twas true. "Nay," he said bluntly, "because she is such a damned fine woman, and 'tis all come true." The words these two had exchanged before the eyes of the world only themselves could know. They had been but few, surely, and yet in 10 minutes after their first speech all those who gazed knew that the tale was told. And as they rode homeward together beneath the arching trees and through the crowded streets, their faces wore such looks as drew each passer by to turn and gaze after them, and to themselves the whole great world had changed, and of a surety nowhere, nowhere, two hearts beat to such music, or two souls swayed together in such unison. When they rode into the court at Dunstanwolde House, the lacqueys, seeing them, drew up in state about the entrance. "Look you," said in an undertone to his fellow, one of the biggest and sauciest of them, "'tis her Grace of Osmonde who returns, and we may be a great Duke's servants if we carry ourselves with dignity." They bowed their lowest as the two passed between them, but neither the one nor the other beheld them, scarce knowing that they were present. My lady's sweet, tall body trembled, and her mouth's crimson trembled also, almost as if she had been a child. She could not speak, but looked up, softly smiling, as she led him to the panelled parlour, which was her own chosen and beloved room. And when they entered it, and the door closed, my lord Duke, having no words either, put forth his arms and took her to his heart, folding her close so that she felt his pulsing breast shake, and then he drew her to the gilded chair and made her sit, and knelt down before her and laid his face upon her lap. "Let it stay there," he cried, low and even wildly. "Let it stay there, heart. If you could know if you could know." And then in broken words he told her of how, when she had sate in this same chair before and given him her dead lord's message, he had so madly yearned to throw himself at her feet upon his knees and hide his anguished face where now it lay, while her sweet hand touched his cheek. "I love you," she whispered, very low and with a soft, helpless sob in her voice. "I love you." For she could think of no other words to say, and could say no more. And with tears in his lion's eyes, he kissed her hands 1,000 times as if he had been a boy. "When I was in France," he said, "and heard of the danger that you ran, my heart rebelled against you. I cried that 'twas not just to so put a man to torture and bind him to the rack. And then I repented, and said you did not know, or you would be more gentle." "I will be gentle now," she said. "Always, your Grace, always." "When the sun rose each day," he said, "I could not know it did not rise upon your beauty lying cold and still, lost. lost to me, this time forever." Her fair hand covered her eyes. She shuddered a little. "Nay, nay," she cried. Nay, I could not be lost to you again. Let us pray God, your Grace. Let us pray God." And to his heavenly rapture she put forth her arms and laid them round his neck, her face held back that she might gaze at him with her great brimming eyes. Indeed 'twas a wonder to a man to behold how her stateliness had melted, and she was like a yearning, clinging girl. He gazed at her a moment, kneeling so, and all the long years rolled away, and he scarce dared to breathe lest he should waken from his dream. "Ah, Heaven!" he sighed. "There is so much to tell years, years of pain which your sweet soul will pity." Ah, how she gazed on him, what longing question there was in her eyes! He took from his breast a velvet case which might have held a miniature, but did not. "Look, look," he prayed, "at this. 'Tis a dead rose." "A rose?" says she, and then starts and looks up from it to him, a dawning of some thought or hope in her face. "A rose," she uttered, scarcely breathing it, as if half afraid to speak. "Ah," he cried, "I pray God you remember when it fell from your breast that night " She broke in, breathless. "The night you came " "Too late, too late," he answered, "and this fell at my feet and you passed by. No night since then I have not pressed it to my lips, no day it has not lain upon my heart through all its darkest hours." She took it from him, gazed down at it with stormy, filling eyes, and pressing it to her lips, broke into tender, passionate sobbing. "No night, no day," she cried. "Poor Rose, dear Rose." "Beloved," he cried, and would have folded her to his breast, kissing her tears away, which were so womanly. But she withdrew herself a little, holding up her hand. "Wait, your Grace, wait," she said, as if she would say more, almost as if she was shaken by some strange trouble and knew not how to bear its presence, and of a sudden, seeing this, a vague fear struck at him, and he turned a little pale. But the next moment he controlled himself. 'Twas indeed as if he himself called the receding blood back to his heart, and he took her hand and held it in both his own, smiling. "I have waited so long," he pleaded caressingly. "I pray you, in love's name." And it was but like her, he thought, that she should rise at this and stand before him, her hand laid upon her breast, her great eyes opening upon him in appeal, as if she were some tender culprit standing at judgment bar. "In love's name," she cried, in a low, panting voice. "Oh, love should give so much. A woman's treasury should be so filled with rich jewels of fair deeds that when love comes she may pour them at his feet. And what have I? Oh, what have I?" He moved towards her with a noble gesture, and she came nearer and laid one hand upon his breast and one upon his shoulder, her uplifted face white as a lily from some wild emotion, and imploring him, the thought coming to him made him tremble, as some lost, helpless child might implore. "Is there aught," she panted, "aught that could come between your soul and mine?" And she was trembling, and her voice trembled, and her lips, and crystal drops on her lashes, which in quivering fell. "Think," she whispered, "your Grace, think." And then a storm swept over him, a storm of love as great as that first storm of frenzy and despair. and he cried out in terror at the thought that Fate might plan some trick to cheat him yet, after the years of lost life, spent as in gyves of iron. "Great God! No, no!" he cried. "I am a man, and you are the life of me. I come to you not as other men, who love and speak their passion. Mine has been a burden hidden and borne so long. It woke at the sight of a child, it fed on visions of a girl. Before I knew its power it had become my life. The portals of my prison are open, and I see the sun. Think you I will let them be closed again?" And he would not be withheld, and swept her to his breast, and she, lying there, clung to him with a little sobbing cry of joy and gratefulness, uttering wild, sweet, low broken words. "I am so young," she said. "Life is so strong. The world seems full of flowers. Sure some of them are mine. My heart beats so, it so beats. Forgive, forgive." "'Tis from to day our life begins," he whispered solemnly, "and God so deal with me, heart, as I shall deal with you." CHAPTER
XXVII. Of his Grace of Osmonde, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XXVII. 'Twas the night thou hidst the package in the wall. So, said the fashionable triflers, 'twas the Duke after all, and his Grace flies to France to draw his errand to a close, and when he flies back again, upon the wings of love, 5 villages will roast oxen whole and drink ale to the chiming of wedding bells. "Lud!" said my Lady Betty, this time with a pettish air, this matter not being to her liking, for why should a duke fall in love with widows when there were exquisite, languishing, unmarried ladies near at hand? "'Tis a wise beauty who sets bells ringing in 5 villages by marrying a duke, instead of taking a spendthrift rake, who is but a baronet and has no estate at all. I could have told you whom her ladyship would wed if she were asked." "If she were asked! Good Lord!" cried Sir Chris Crowell, as red as a turkey cock. "And this I can tell you, 'tis not the 5 villages she marries, nor the Duke, but the man. And 'tis not the fine lady he takes to his heart, but our Clo, and none other, and would have taken her in her smock had she been a beggar wench. 'Tis an honest love match, that I swear." Thereupon my Lady Betty laughed. "Those who see Sir John Oxon's face now," she said, "do not behold a pretty thing, and my lady sees it at every turn. She can go nowhere but she finds him at her elbow, glaring." "He would play some evil trick on her for revenge, I vow," said another lady. "She hath Mistress Anne with her nearly always, in these days, as if she would keep him off by having a companion. But 'tis no use, follow and badger her he will." "Badger her!" blustered Sir Chris. "He durst not, that jackanapes. He is not so fond of a drawing point as he was a few years ago." "'Tis badgering and naught else," said Mistress Lovely. "I have watched him standing by and pouring words like poison in her ear, and she disdaining to reply or look as though she heard." My Lady Betty laughed again, with a prettier venom still. "He hath gone mad," she said, "and no wonder. My woman, who knows a mercer's wife at whose husband's shop he bought his finery, told me a story of him. He was so deep in debt that none would give him credit for an hour until the old Earl of Dunstanwolde died, when he persuaded them that he was on the point of marrying her ladyship. These people are so simple they will believe anything, and they watched him go to her house, and knew he had been her worshipper before her marriage, and so they gave him credit again. Thence his fine new wardrobe came. And now they have heard the news, and all have run mad in rage at their own foolishness, and are hounding him out of his life." The two ladies made heartless game enough of the anecdote. Perhaps both had little spites of their own against Sir John, who in his heyday had never spoke with a woman without laying siege to her heart and vanity, though he might have but 5 minutes to do it in. Lady Betty, at least, 'twas known, had once had coquettish and sentimental passages with him, if no more, and whether 'twas her vanity or her heart which had been wounded, some sting rankled, leaving her with a malice against him, which never failed to show itself when she spoke or heard his name. A curious passage took place between them but a short time after she had told her story of his tricking of his creditors. 'Twas at a court ball, and was a whimsical affray indeed, though chiefly remembered afterwards because of the events which followed it, one of them occurring upon the spot, another a day later, this second incident being a mystery never after unravelled. At this ball was my Lady Dunstanwolde in white and silver, and looking, some said, like a spirit in the radiance of her happiness. "For 'tis pure happiness that makes her shine so," said her faithful henchman, old Sir Christopher. "Surely she hath never been a happy woman before, for never hath she smiled so since I knew her first, a child. She looks like a creature born again." Lady Betty Tantillion engaged in her encounter in an antechamber near the great saloon. Her ladyship had a pretty way of withdrawing from the moving throng at times to seek comparative seclusion and greater ease. There was more freedom where there would be exchange of wits and glances, not overheard and beheld by the whole world, so her ladyship had a neat taste in nooks and corners where a select little court of her own could be held by a charming fair one. Thus it fell that after dancing in the ballroom with one admirer and another, she made her way, followed by two of the most attentive, to a pretty retiring room quite near. 'Twas for the moment, it seemed, deserted, but when she entered with her courtiers, the exquisite Lord Charles Lovelace and his friend Sir Harry Granville, a gentleman turned from a window where he seemed to have been taking the air alone, and seeing them uttered under his breath a malediction. "To the devil with them!" he said, but the next moment advanced with a somewhat mocking smile, which was scarce hidden by his elaborate bow of ceremony to her ladyship. "My Lady Betty Tantillion!" he exclaimed. "I did not look for such fortune. 'Tis not necessary to hope your ladyship blooms in health. 'Tis an age since we met." Since their rupture they had not spoken with each other, but my Lady Betty had used her eyes well when she had beheld him even at a distance, and his life she knew almost as well as if they had been married and she a jealous consort. But she stood a moment regarding him with an impertinent questioning little stare, and then held up her quizzing glass and uttered an exclamation of sad surprise. "Sir John Oxon!" she said. "How changed, how changed! Sure you have been ill, Sir John, or have met with misfortunes." To the vainest of men, and the most galled, he who had been but a few years gone the most lauded man beauty in the town, who had been sought, flattered, adored, 'twas a bitter little stab, though he knew well the giver of the thrust. Yet he steeled himself to bow again, though his eyes flashed. "I have indeed been ill and in misfortune," he answered sardonically. "Can a man be in health and fortunate when your ladyship has ceased to smile upon him?" My Lady Betty curtsied with a languid air. "Lord Charles," she said, with an indifferent condescension, "Sir Harry, you have heard of this gentleman, though he was before your day. in his, as though she recalled the past glories of some antiquated beau. You were still at the University." Then, as she passed to a divan to seat herself, she whispered an aside to Lord Charles, holding up her fan. "The ruined dandy," she said, "who is mad for my Lady Dunstanwolde. Ask him some question of his wife." Whereupon Lord Charles, who was willing enough to join in badgering a man who had still good looks enough to prove a rival had he the humour, turned with a patronising air of civility. "My Lady Oxon is not with you?" he observed. "There is none, your lordship," Sir John answered, and almost ground his teeth, seeing the courteous insolence of the joke. "I am a single man." "Lud!" cried my Lady Betty, fanning with graceful indifference. "'Twas said you were to marry a great fortune, and all were filled with envy. What became, then, of the fair Mistress Isabel Beaton?" "She returned to Scotland, your ladyship," replied Sir John, his eyes transfixing her. "Ere now 'tis ancient history." "Fie, Sir John!" said Lady Betty, laughing wickedly, "to desert so sweet a creature, so lovely, and so rich. Men are not wise as they once were." Sir John drew nearer to her and spoke low. "Your ladyship makes a butt of me," he said, and 'twas so ordained by fate. At this moment, when the worst of him seethed within his breast, and was ripest for mad evil, Sir Christopher Crowell came bustling into the apartment, full of exultant hilarity and good wine which he had been partaking of in the banqueting hall with friends. "Good Lord!" he cried, having spoke with Lady Betty, "what ails thee, Jack? Thy very face is a killjoy." "'Tis repentance, perhaps," said Lady Betty. "We are reproaching him with deserting Mistress Beaton, who had even a fortune." Sir Christopher glanced from Sir John to her ladyship and burst forth into a big guffaw, his convivialities having indeed robbed him of discretion. "He desert her!" said he. "She jilted him, and took her fortune to a marquis. 'Twas thine own fault, too, Jack. Hadst thou been even a decent rake she would have had thee." "By God!" cried Sir John, starting and turning livid, and then catching a sight of the delight in my Lady Betty's face, who had set out to enrage him before her company, he checked himself and broke into a contemptuous short laugh. "These be country manners, Sir Christopher," he said. "In Gloucestershire bumpers are tossed off early, and a banquet added turns a man's head and makes him garrulous." "Ecod!" said Sir Christopher, grinning, "a nice fellow he is to twit a man with the bottle. Myself, I've seen him drunk for 3 days." Whereupon there took place a singular change in Sir John Oxon's look. His face had been so full of rage but a moment ago that at Sir Chris's second sally Lady Betty had moved slightly in some alarm. Town manners were free, but not quite so free as those of the country, and Sir John was known to be an ill-tempered man. If the two gentlemen had quarrelled about her ladyship's own charms, 'twould have been a different matter, but to come to an encounter over a mere drinking bout would be a vulgar, ignominious thing in which she had no mind to be mixed up. "Lord, Sir Christopher!" she exclaimed, tapping him with her fan. "3 days! For shame!" But though Sir John had started, 'twas not in rage. 3 days carousing with his old blockhead! When had he so caroused? He could have laughed aloud. Never since that time had he left Wildairs bearing with him the lock of raven hair, his triumph and his proof. No, 'twas not in anger he started, but through a sudden shock of recollection, a fierce, eager hope that at last, in the very moment of his impotent humiliation, he had by chance, by a very miracle of chance, come again upon what he had so long searched for in helpless rage, that which would give power into his hand and vengeance of the bitterest. And he had come upon it among chatterers in a ball room through the vinous babbling of a garrulous fool. 3 days, he said, and took out his snuff box and tapped it, laughing jeeringly. And this strange thing my Lady Betty marked, that his white hand shook a little as if from hidden excitement. 3 days, he mocked. No man of fashion now, said Lord Charles, and tapped his snuff box also, is drunk for more than 2. But Sir Christopher felt he was gaining a victory before her ladyship's very eyes, which always so mocked and teased him for his clumsiness in any encounter of words, wherefore he pressed his point gleefully. 3 days, cries he, 'twas nearer 4. Sir John turned on him, laughing still, seeming in very truth as if the thing amused him. When? He said. Never, I swear, and held a pinch of snuff in his fingers daintily, his eyes gleaming blue as sapphires through the new light in them. Swear away, cried Sir Christopher. Thou wast too drunk to remember. 'Twas the night thou hidst the package in the wall. Then he burst forth again in laughter, for Sir John had so started that he forgot his pinch of snuff and scattered it. Canst see 'tis no slander, my lady, he cried, pointing at Sir John, who stood like a man who wakes from long sleep and is bewildered by the thoughts which rush through his brain. I laughed till I was like to crack my sides. Then to Sir John, thou hadst but just left Clo Wildairs, and I rode with thee to Essex. Lord, how I laughed to watch thee groping to find a place safe enough to put it in. I'm drunk, says thou, and I would have it safe till I am sober. 'Twill be safe here, and stuffed it in that broken plaster 'neath the window sill. And safe it was, for I'll warrant thou hast not thought of it since, and safe thou'lt find it at the Cow at Wickben still. Sir John struck one closed hand sudden on the palm of the other. It comes back to thee, cried Sir Christopher, with a grimace aside at his audience. Ay, it comes back, answered Sir John. It comes back. And he broke forth into a short, excited laugh, there being in its sound a note of triumph almost hysteric, and hearing this they stared, for why in such case he should be triumphant, heaven knew. "'Twas a love token," said Lady Betty, simpering, for of a sudden he had become another man, no longer black visaged, but gallant and smiling with his old charming, impudent, irresistible air. He bent and took her hand and kissed her finger tips with this same old enchanting insolence. "Had your ladyship given it to me," he said, "I had not hid it in a wall but in my heart." And with a soft glance and a smiling bow he left their circle and sauntered towards the ballroom. "'Twas the last time I spoke with him," said my Lady Betty, when he was talked of later. "I wonder if 'twas in his head when he kissed my hand, if indeed 'twas a matter he himself planned or had aught to do with. Faith, though he was a villain, he had a killing air when he chose." When her ladyship had played off all her airs and graces upon her servitors, she led them again to the ballroom, that she might vary her triumphs and fascinations. A minuet was being played, and my Lady Dunstanwolde was among the dancers, moving stately and slow in her white and silver, while the crowd looked on, telling each other of the preparations being made for her marriage, and that my Lord Duke of Osmonde was said to worship her, and could scarce live through the hours he was held from her in France. Among the watchers, and listening to the group as he watched, stood Sir John Oxon. He stood with a graceful air and watched her steadily, and there was a gleam of pleasure in his glance. "He has followed and gazed at her so for the last half hour," said Mistress Lovely.
Were I the Duke of Osmonde, I would command him to choose some other lady to dog with his eyes. Now the minuet is ending, I would wager he will follow her to her seat and hang about her." And this indeed he did when the music ceased, but 'twas done with a more easy, confident air than had been observed in him for some time past. He did not merely loiter in her vicinity, but when the circle thinned about her he made his way through it and calmly joined her. "Does he pay her compliments?" said Lord Charles, who looked on at a distance. "Faith, if he does, she does not greatly condescend to him. I should be frozen by a beauty who, while I strove to melt her, did not deign to turn her eyes. Ah, she has turned them now." "What has he said? It must have been fire and flame to move her. What's this? What's this?" He started forward, as all of the company did, for her ladyship of Dunstanwolde had risen to her full height with a strange movement, and standing a moment swaying, had fallen at Sir John Oxon's feet, white in a death like swoon. CHAPTER XXVIII. Of His Grace of Osmonde, by Francis Hodgson Burnett. LibriVox is in the public domain. CHAPTER XXVIII. Sir John rides out of town. Tom Tantillion had not appeared at the ball, having otherwise entertained himself for the evening, but at an hour when most festivities were at an end, and people were returning from them, rolling through the streets in their coaches, the young man was sitting at a corner table in Cribb's coffee house, surrounded by glasses and jolly companions and clouds of tobacco smoke. One of these companions had been to the ball and left it early, and had fallen to talking of great personages he had seen there, and describing the beauties who had shone the brightest, among them speaking of my Lady Dunstanwolde and the swoon which had so amazed those who had seen it. "I was within 10 feet of her," says he, "and watching her as a man always does when he is near enough. Jack Oxon stood behind her and was speaking low over her shoulder, but she seemed to take little note of him, and looking straight before her, and of a sudden she stands upright, her black eyes wide open as if some sound had startled her, and the next minute falls like a woman dropping dead, and lies among her white and silver like one carven out of stone. One who knows her well, old Sir Chris Crowell, says she hath never fallen in a swoon before since she was born. Gad, 'twas a strange sight, 'twas so sudden." He had just finished speaking, and was filling his glass again, when a man strode into the room in such haste that all turned to glance at him. He was in riding dress, and was flushed and excited, and smiling as if to himself. "Drawer," he called, "bring me coffee and brandy, and damme, be in haste." Young Tantillion nudged his nearest companion with his elbow. "Jack Oxon," he said. "Where rides the fellow at this time of night?" "Eh, Jack," he said, aloud, "art on a journey already after shining at the Court ball?" Sir John started, and seeing who spoke, answered with an ugly laugh. "Ay," said he, "I ride to the country in hot haste. I go to Wickben in Essex to bring back a thing I once left there." "'Twas a queer place to leave valuables," said Tom. "A village of tumble down thatched cottages. Was it a love token or a purse of gold?" Sir John gave his knee a sudden joyous slap and laughed aloud. "'Twas a little thing," he replied, "but 'twill bring back fortune if I find it, and help me to pay back old scores, which is a thing I like better." And his grin was so ugly that Tom and his companions glanced aside at each other, believing that he was full of liquor already, and ready to pick a quarrel if they continued their talk. This they were not particularly inclined to, however, and began a game of cards, leaving him to himself to finish his drink. This he did,
quickly tossing down both brandy and coffee the instant they were brought to him, and then striding swaggering from the room and mounting his horse, which waited in the street, and riding clattering off over the stones at a fierce pace. "Does he ride for a wager?" said Will Lovell, dealing the cards. "He rides for some ill purpose, I swear," said Tom Tantillion. "Jack Oxon never went in haste towards an honest deed, but to play some devil's trick 'tis but nature to him to go full speed." But what he rode for they never heard, neither they nor anyone else who told the story, though 'twas sure that if he went to Wickben he came back to town for a few hours at least, for there were those who saw him the next day, but only one there was who spoke with him, and that one my Lady Dunstanwolde herself. Her ladyship rode out in the morning hoping, 'twas said, that the fresh air and exercise would restore her strength and spirits. She rode without attendant and towards the country, and in the high road Sir John Oxon joined her. "I did not know he had been out of town," she said, when the mystery was discussed. "He did not say so. He returned to Dunstanwolde House with me, and we had talked together. He had scarce left me when I remembered that I had forgot to say a thing to him I had wished to say. So I sent Jenfry forth quickly to call him back. He had scarce had time to turn the street's corner, but Jenfry returned, saying he was not within sight." "Whereupon you sent a note to his lodgings, was't not so?" asked Sir Christopher. "Yes," answered her ladyship, "but he had not returned there." "Nor ever did," said Sir Christopher whenever the mystery was referred to afterwards, "nor ever did, and where he went to from that hour only the devil knows, for no man or woman that one has heard of has ever clapped eyes on him since." This was, indeed, the mysterious truth. After he entered the panelled parlour at Dunstanwolde House it seemed that none had seen him, for the fact was that by a strange chance even the lacquey who should have been at his place in the entrance hall had allowed himself to be ensnared from his duty by a pretty serving wench, and had left his post for a few minutes to make love to her in the servants' hall, during which time 'twas plain Sir John must have left the house, opening the entrance door for himself unattended. "Lord," said the lacquey in secret to his mates, "my gizzard was in my throat when her ladyship began to question me. 'Did you see the gentleman depart, Martin?' she says. ''Twas you who attended him to the door, of a surety.' 'Yes, your ladyship,' stammers I, ''twas I, and I marked he seemed in haste.' 'Did you not observe him as he walked away?' says my lady. 'Did you not see which way he went?' 'To the left he turned, my lady,' says I, cold sweat breaking out on me, for had I faltered in my answer she would have known I was lying, and guessed I had broke her orders by leaving my place by the door, and Lord have mercy on a man when she finds he has tricked her. There is a flash in her eyes like lightning, and woe betide him it falls on. The truth was that from the moment the door of the panelled parlour closed behind him the gentleman's days were ended, for all I saw of him, for I saw him no more." And there was none who saw him, for from that time he disappeared from his lodgings, from the town, from England, from the surface of the earth, as far as any ever heard or discovered, none knowing where he went, or how, or wherefore. Had he been a man of greater worth or importance, or one who had made friends, his so disappearing would have aroused a curiosity and excitement not easily allayed. But a vicious wastrel who has lost hold even on his whilom companions in evil doing, and has no friends more faithful, is like, indeed, on dropping out of the world's sight, to drop easily and lightly from its mind, his loss being a 9 days' wonder and nothing more. So it was with this one, who had had his day of being the fashion and had broken many a fine lady's brittle heart, and living to be no longer the mode, had seen the fragile trifles cemented together again, to be almost as good as new. When he was gone he was forgot quickly and, indeed, but talked about because her ladyship of Dunstanwolde had last beheld him, and on the afternoon had been entertaining company in the panelled parlour when the lacquey had brought back the undelivered note with which Jenfry had waited 3 hours at the lost man's lodgings in the hope that he would return to them, which he did no more. "'Tis a good riddance to all, my lady, wheresoever he be gone," said Sir Christopher, sitting nursing his stout knee in the blue parlour a week later, for her ladyship had had a sudden fancy to have the panelled room made wholly new and decorated before the return of his Grace from France. "'Tis a good riddance to all." Then he fell to telling stories of the man, of the creditors he had left in the lurch, having swindled them of their very heart's blood, and that every day there was heard of some poor tradesman he had ruined, till 'twas a shame to hear it told, and there were worse things yet. "By the Lord," he said, "the ruin one man's life can bring about, the heartbreak and the shame, 'tis enough to make even a sinner as old as I repent to come upon them face to face. Eh, my lady?" looking at her suddenly. "Thou must get back the roses thou hast lost these 3 days nursing Mistress Anne, or his Grace will be at odds with us every one." For Mistress Anne had been ailing, and her sister, being anxious and watching over her, had lost some of her glorious bloom, which was indeed a new thing to see. At this moment the roses had dropped from her cheeks, and she smiled strangely. "They will return," she said, "when his Grace does." She asked questions of the stories Sir Christopher had told, and showed anxiousness concerning the poor people who had been so hardly treated. "I have often thought," she said, "that so rich a woman as I should set herself some task of good deeds to do. 'Twould be a good work to take in hand, the undoing of the wrongs a man who is lost has left behind him. Why should not I, Clo Wildairs, take in hand the undoing of this man's?" And she rose up suddenly and stood before him, straight and tall, the colour coming out on her cheeks as if life flooded back there. "Thou!" he cried, gazing at her in loving wonder. "Why shouldst thou, Clo?" None among them had ever understood her and her moods, and he surely did not understand this one, for it seemed as if a fire leapt up within her, and she spoke almost wildly. "Because I would atone for all my past," she said, "and cleanse myself with unceasing mercies, and what I cannot undo do penance for, that I may be worthy worthy " She broke off and drew her hand across her eyes, and ended with a strange little sound, half laugh. "Perhaps all men and women have been evil," she said, "and some are some seem fated. And when my lord Duke comes back, I shall be happy happy in spite of all. And I scarce dare to think my joy may not be taken from me. Is joy always torn away after it has been given to a human thing, given for just so long as will make loss madness?" "Eh, my lady?" he said, blundering. "Thou art fearful, just as another woman might be. 'Tis not like Clo Wildairs. Such thoughts will not make thee a happy woman." She ended with a laugh stranger than her first one, and her great black eyes were fixed on him as he had remembered seeing her fix them when she was a child and full of some wild fancy or weird sadness. "'Tis not Clo Wildairs who thinks them," says she, "'tis another woman. 'Twas Clo who knew John Oxon who is gone, and was as big a sinner as he, though she did harm to none but herself. And 'tis for those two for both I would have mercy. But I am a strong thing and was born so, and my happiness will not die, despite
despite whatever comes. And I am happy, and know I shall be more, and 'tis for that I am afraid afraid." "Good Lord!" cried Sir Chris, swallowing a lump which rose, he knew not why, in his throat. "What a strange creature thou art!" His Grace's couriers went back and forth to France, and upon his estate the people prepared their rejoicings for the marriage day, and never had Camylott been so heavenly fair as on the day when the bells rang out once more, and the villagers stood along the roadside and at their cottage doors, curtseying and throwing up hats and calling down God's blessings on the new wed pair as the coach passed by, and his Grace, holding his lady's hand, showed her to his people, seeming to give her and her loveliness to them as they bowed and smiled together, she almost with joyful tears in her sweet eyes. In her room near the nurseries, at the window which looked out among the ivy, Nurse Halsell sat, watching the equipage as it made its way up the long avenue and might be seen now and then between the trees, and her old hands trembled in her lap for very joy. And before the day was done, his Grace, knocking on the door gently, brought his Duchess to her. "And 'twas you," said her Grace, standing close by her chair and holding the old hand between her own two, which were so white and velvet warm. "And 'twas you who held him in your arms when he was but a little new born thing, and often sang him to sleep, and were so loved by him. And he played here," and she looked about the apartment with a tremulous smile. "Yes," said his Grace, with a low laugh of joyful love, "and now I bring you to her, and 'tis my marriage day." Nurse Halsell gazed up at the eyes which glowed above her. "'Tis what his Grace hath waited long for," she said, "and he would have died an unwedded man had he not reached it at last. 'Tis sure what God ordained." And for a minute she looked straight and steady into the Duchess's face. "A man must come to his own," she said, and bent and kissed the fair hand with passionate love. But her Grace lifted the old face with her palm and stooped and kissed it fondly, gratefully. Then the Duke took his wife to the long gallery, and they stood there, he holding her close against his side, while the golden sun went down. "Here I stood and heard that you were born," he said, and kissed her red, tender mouth. "Here I stood in agony and fought my battle with my soul the first sad day you came to Camylott." And he kissed her slow and tenderly again, in memory of the grief of that past time. "And here I stand and feel your dear heart beat against my side, and look into your eyes, and they are the eyes of her who is mine, and Death himself cannot take her from me." CHAPTer 29 of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the Cow at Wickben. The happiness he had dreamed of was given to him, nay, he knew joy and tenderness even more high and sweet than his fancy had painted. As Camylott had been in his childhood, so he saw it again, the most beauteous home in England and the happiest, its mistress the fairest woman and the most nobly loving. And his own father and mother had found life a joyful thing and their world full of warm hearts and faithful friends, so he and she he loved found it together. The great house was filled once more with guests and pleasures as in the olden time. The stately apartments were thrown open for entertainment, gay cavalcades came and went from town, the forests were hunted, the moors shot over by sportsmen, and the lady who was hostess and chatelaine won renown as well as hearts, since each party of guests she entertained went back to their homes they came from, proclaiming to all her wit and gracious charm. She rode to hunt and leapt hedges as she had done when she had been Clo Wildairs. She walked the moors with a sportsman, her gun over her shoulder, she sparkling and showing her white teeth like a laughing gipsy, and when she so walked, the black rings of her hair blown loose about her brow, her cheeks kissed fresh crimson by the wet wind, and turned her eyes upon my lord Duke near her, and their looks met, the man who beheld saw lovers who set his own heart beating. "But is it true," asked once the great French lady who had related the history of the breaking of the horse Devil, "is it true that a poor man killed himself in despair on her last marriage, and that she lives a secret life of penance to atone, and wears a hair shirt and peas in her beautiful satin shoes, and does deeds of mercy in the dark places of the big black English city?" "A man, mad with jealous rage of her, disappeared from sight," said an English lady present, "and he might well have drowned himself from disappointment that she would not wed him and pay his debts, but 'twas more like he fled England to escape his creditors. And 'tis true she does many noble deeds in secret, but if they be done in penance for Sir John Oxon, she is a lady with a conscience that is tender indeed." That her conscience was a strangely tender thing was a thought which moved one man's heart strongly many a time. Scarce a day passed in which her husband did not mark some evidence of this, hear some word spoken, see some deed done, almost, it seemed, as if in atonement for imagined faults hid in her heart. He did not remark this, because he was unused to womanly mercifulness. His own mother's life had been full of gentle kindness to all about her, of acts of charity and goodness, but in the good deeds of this woman, whom he so loved, he observed an eagerness which was almost a passion. She had changed no whit in the brilliance of her spirit. In the world she reigned a queen, as she had ever done. Wheresoever she moved, life and gaiety seemed to follow, whether it was at the Court, in the town, or the country. But in both town and country he found she did strange charities, and seemed to search for creatures she might aid in such places as other women had not courage to dive into. This he discovered through encountering her one day as she re entered Osmonde House, returning from some such errand, clad in dark plain garments, her black hood drawn over her face, being thereby so disguised that but for her height and bearing he should not have recognised her. Indeed, he thought, she had not seen and would have passed him in silence. He put forth his hand and stayed her, smiling. "Your Grace," he said, "or some vision." She threw the black hood back, and her fair face and large black eyes shone out from beneath its shadows. She drew his hand up and kissed it, and held it against her cheek in a dear way which was among the sweetest of her wifely caresses. "It is like heaven, Gerald," she said, "to see your face after beholding such miseries." And when he took her in his arm and led her to the room in which they loved best to sit in and converse together, she told him of a poor creature she had been to visit, and when she named the place where she had found her, 'twas a haunt so dark and wicked that he started in alarm and wonder at her. "Nay, dear one," he said, "such dens are not for you to visit. You must not go to them again." She was sitting on a low seat before him, and she leaned forward, the black hood falling back, framing her face and making it look white. "None else dare go," she said. "None else dare go, Gerald. Such places are so hideous and so noisome. And yet there are those who are born and die there, bound hand and foot when they are born, that they may be bound hand and foot to die." She rose up as if she did not know she moved, and stood up before him, her hand upon her breast. "'Tis such as I should go," she said. "I who am happy and beloved. After all, after all, 'tis such as I who should go, and carry love and pity, love and pity." And she seemed Love's self and Pity's self, and stood transfigured. "You are a saint," he cried, "and yet I am afraid. Ah, how could any harm you?" "I am so great and strong," she said, in a still voice. "None could harm me if they would. I am not as other women, and I do not know fear. See!" and she held out her arm. "I am a Wildairs, built of iron and steel. If in a struggle I held aught in my hand and struck at a man " and her arm fell at her side suddenly, as if some horrid thought had swept across her soul like a blighting blast. She turned white and sank upon her low seat, covering her face with her hands. Then she looked up with awed eyes. "If one was so strong," she said, "should strike at a man in anger, he might strike him dead unknowing dead." "'Tis not a thing to think of," said his Grace, and shuddered a little. "But he would think of it," she said, "all his life through, and bear it on his soul." And she shuddered, too, and in her eyes was the old look which sometimes haunted them. Surely, he thought, Nature had never before made a woman's eyes so to answer to her lover's and her lord's. They were so warm and full of all a man's soul most craved for. He had seen them flash fire like Juno's. He had seen tears well up into them as if she had been a tender girl. He had seen them laugh like a child's. He had seen them brood over him as a young dove's might brood over her mate. But this look was unlike any other, and was as if she thought on some dark thing in another world, so far away that her mind's vision could scarce reach it, and yet could not refrain from turning towards its shadow. But this was but a cloud which his love words and nearness could dispel. This she herself told him on a time when he spoke to her of it. "When you see it," she said, "come and tell me that you love me, and that there is naught can come between our souls. As you said the day you showed me the dear rose, naught can come between, and love is more than all." "But that you know," he answered. "Life is so full of joys for those who love, and, being mated, are given by their good fortunes the power to live as their hearts lead them. These two were given all things, it seemed to the world which looked on. From one of their estates to the other they went, with the changing seasons, and with them carried happiness and peace. Her Grace, of whom the villagers had heard such tales as made them feel that they should tremble before the proud glance of her dark eyes, found that their last Duchess, whose eyes had been like violets, could smile no more sweetly. This one was somehow the more majestic lady of the two, being taller and having a higher bearing by nature, but none among them had ever beheld one who was more a woman and seemed so well to understand a woman's heart and ways. Where had she learned it, they wondered among themselves, as others had wondered the year when, as my Lady Dunstanwolde, she had been guest at Camylott, and in the gipsies' encampment had carried, so soft and tenderly, the little gipsy child in her arms. Where had she learned it? "Gerald," she said once to her husband, and pressed her hand against her heart. "'Twas always here, here, lying hid, when none knew it, when I did not know it myself, when I seemed but a hard, wild creature, having only men for friends. I was woman then, and used sometimes to sit and stare at the red coals of the fire, or the red sun going down on the moors, and feel longings and pities and sadness I knew not the meaning of. And often, suddenly, I was made angry by them, and would spring up and walk away, that I might be troubled no more. But 'twas nature crying out in me that I was a woman and could be naught else." Her love and tenderness for her sister Mistress Anne increased, it seemed, hour by hour. "At Camylott, at Marlowell, at Roxholm, at Paulyn, and at Mertoun," she had said when she was married, "we must have an apartment which is Anne's. She is my saint, and I must keep a niche for her in every house, and set her in it to be worshipped." And so it was, to whichsoever of their homes they went, Mistress Anne went with them, and found always her own nest warm to receive her. "It makes me feel audacious, sister," she used to say at first, "to go from one grand house to the other, and be led to Mistress Anne's apartments in each, and they always prepared and waiting as if 'twere I who were a duchess." "You are, Anne, you are, Anne," said her Grace, and kissed her fondly. Sometimes she was like a gay and laughing girl, and set all the place alight with her witcheries. She invented entertainments for their guests, games and revels for the villagers, and was the spirit of all. In one of their retrospective hours Osmonde had told her of the thoughts he had dreamed on, as they had ridden homeward from the encampment of the gipsies, of his fancies of the comrade she would make for a man who lived a roving life. She had both laughed and wept over the story, clinging to his breast as she had told her own, and of her fear of his mere glance at her in those dark days, and that she had not dared to sit alone, but kept near her lord's side, lest she should ponder and remember what 'twas honest she should forget. But afterwards she planned, for their fanciful pleasure, rambling long jaunts, when they rode or walked unattended, and romanced like children, eating their simple food under broad greenwood trees or on the wide moors, with the whole world of heather, as it seemed, rolled out before them. On such a journey, setting out from London one bright morning, they rode through Essex and stopped by chance at a little village inn. 'Twas the village of Wickben, and on the signboard which hung swinging on a post before the small thatched house of entertainment was painted a brown cow. None knew 'twas a duke and his duchess who dismounted and entered the place. They had made sure that by their attire none could suspect them of being more than ordinary travellers, modest enough to patronise a humble place. "But Lord, what a fine pair!" said the old fellow who was the landlord. "Adam and Eve may have been such when God first made man and woman, and had stuff in plenty to build them." He was an aged man and talkative, and being eager for a chance to wag his tongue and hear travellers' adventures, attended them closely. He gave them their simple repast himself in small room, and as he moved to and fro fell to gossiping, emboldened by their friendly gaiety of speech and by her Grace's smiling eyes. "Your ladyship," he began at first in somewhat awkward, involuntary homage. "Nay, Gaffer, I am no ladyship," she answered, with Clo Wildairs's unceremonious air. "I am but a gipsy woman in good luck for a day, and my man is a gipsy too, though his skin is fairer than mine. We are going to join our camp near Camylott village. These horses are not ours but borrowed, honestly. Is it not so, John Merton?" and she so laughed at his Grace with her big saucy eyes that he wished he had been indeed a gipsy man and could have kissed her openly. "Art the gipsies' queen?" asked the old man, bewitched by her. "Not she," answered his Grace, "but a plain gipsy wench who makes baskets and tells fortunes for all her good looks. Thou art flattering her, old fellow. All the men flatter her." "'Tis well there are some to flatter me," said her Grace, showing her white teeth. "Thou dost not. But 'tis always so when a poor woman weds a man and tramps by the side of him instead of keeping him at her feet." And then they led their old host on to talk, and told him stories of what gipsies did, and of their living in tents and sleeping in the open, and of the ill luck which sometimes befell them when the lord of the manor they camped on was a hard man and evil tempered. "'Tis a duke who rules over Camylott, is it not?" the old fellow asked. "Ay," was her Grace's answer, nodding her head. "He is well enough, but his lady Lord, but they tell me that she was a vixen before her marriage a few years gone." "I have seen her," said his Grace. "She is not ill to look at, and has done us no harm yet." "Ay, but she may," says her Grace, nodding wisely again. "Who knows what such a woman may turn out? I have seen him." She stopped, her elbows on the little round wooden table, her chin on her hands, and gave her saucy stare again. "I'll pay thee a compliment," she said. "He is a big fellow and not unlike thee, though he be Duke, and thou naught but a vagabond gipsy." Their host had hearkened to them eagerly, and now he put in a question. "Was not she the beauty that was married to an old earl who left her widow?" he said. "Was not she Countess Dunstanwolde?" "Ay," answered her Grace quietly. "Ecod!" cried the old fellow, "that minds me of a story, and 'twas a thing happened in this very house and room. Look there." He pointed with something like excitement to the window. 'Twas but seldom he had chance to tell his story, and 'twas a thing he dearly loved to do, life being but a dull thing at the Cow at Wickben, and few travellers passing that way. A pair so friendly and gay and ready to hearken to his chatter as these two he had not seen for years. "Look there," he said, "at that big hole in the wall." They turned together and looked at it in some wonder that her ladyship of Dunstanwolde should have had any connection with it. 'Twas indeed a big hole, and looked as if the plaster of the wall under the sill had been roughly broken and hacked. "Ay," said the host, "'tis a queer thing, and came here in a strange way, being made by a gentleman's sword, and he either wild with liquor or with rage. Never shall I forget hearing his horse's hoofs come tearing over the road, as if some man was riding for his life. I was abed, and started out of my sleep at the sound of it. 'Who's chased by the devil at this time o' night through Wickben village?' says I, and scarce were the words out of my mouth before the horse clatters up to the house and stops. I could hear him panting and heaving as his rider gets off and strides up to bang on the door. 'What dost thou want?' says I, putting my head out of the window. 'Come down and let me in,' answers he. 'I have no time to spare. You have a thing in your house I would find.' 'Twas a gentleman's voice, and I saw 'twas a gentleman's dress he wore, for 'twas fine cloth, and his sword had a silvered scabbard, and his hat rich plumes. 'Come down,' says he, and bangs the door again, so down I went." "Who was he?" asked her Grace slowly, for he had stopped for breath. She sat quite still as before, her round chin held in her hands, her eyes fixed on him, but there was no longer any laughter in their blackness. "Did he tell his name?" "Not then," was the answer.
nor did he know I heard when he spoke it, breaking forth in anger. But that is to come later." And with the air of one who would have his tale heard to the most dramatic advantage, "Into this room he strides, and to the window straight, and looks below the sill. 4 years ago," says he, "there was a hole here in the wall. Was it so, or was it not?" And he looks at me sharp and fierce, as if he would take me by the throat if I said there had been none. "Ay, there was a hole there long enough," I answers him, "but 'twas mended with new plaster at last. Your lordship can see the patch, for 'twas but roughly done." Then he goes close to it and stares. "Ay," says he, "there has been a hole mended. Old Chris did not lie." And on that he turns to me. "Get out of the room," he says. "I have a search to make here. Your wall will want another patch when I am done," he says, "but 'twill be made good. Go thy ways." And he draws out his hanger, and there was sweat on his brow, and he breathed fast, as if he was wild with his anxiousness to find what he sought.
"And didst leave him?" asked her Grace, as quiet as before. "For how long?"
The old man grinned. "Not for long," said he. "Nor did I go far. I stood outside, where I could see through the crack of the door." The Duchess nodded with an unmoved face. "He was like a man in a frenzy," the host went on. "He dug at the plaster till I thought his sword would break. He dug as if he were paid for it by the minute. He made a hole bigger than had been there before, and when 'twas made he thrusts his hand in and fumbles about, cursing under his breath, and of a sudden he gives a start and stops and pants for breath, and then draws his hand back, and it was bloody, being scratched by the stone and plaster, but he held somewhat in it, a little dusty package, and he clutches it to his breast and laughs outright. Good Lord, 'twas like a devil's laugh, twas so wild and joyful. 'Ha, ha!' cries he, shaking the thing in the air and stamping his foot. 'Jack Oxon comes to his own again, to his own.'"
"Then," says her Grace, more slowly still, "that was his name? I have heard it before."
"I heard it again," said the old story teller, eager to reach his climax, "and 'tis that ends the story so finely. 'Twas by chance talk of travellers I heard it nigh 6 months later. The very day after he stood here and searched for his package, he disappeared from sight and has not been heard of since. And the last who set eyes on him was my Lady Dunstanwolde, who is now a Duchess at Camylott, where your camp is. 'Twas her name brought the story back to me." Her Grace rose, catching her breath with a laugh. She turned her face towards the window, as if, of a sudden, attracted by somewhat to be seen outside.
"'Tis a good story," she said, but for a moment the crimson roses on her cheeks had shuddered to whiteness. Why, no man could tell. Her host did not see her countenance. Perhaps my lord Duke did not. "'Tis a good story," she laughed again.
"And well told,"
added my lord Duke. Her Grace turned to them both once more. Through some wondrous exercise of her will she looked herself again. "As we are in luck to day," she said, "and it has passed the time, let us count it in the reckoning." A new, almost wild, fantastic gaiety seized her. She flung herself into her playing of the part of a gipsy woman with a spirit which was a marvel to behold. She searched his Grace's pockets and her own for pence, and counted up the reckoning on the table, saying that they could but afford this or that much, that they must save this coin for a meal, that for a bed, this to pay toll on the road. She used such phrases of the gipsy jargon as she had picked up, and made jokes and bantering speeches which set their host cackling with laughter. Osmonde had seen her play a fantastic part before on their whimsical holidays, but never one which suited her so well, and in which she seemed so full of fire and daring wit. She was no duchess, a man might have sworn, but a tall, splendid, black eyed, laughing gipsy woman, who, to the man who was her partner, would be a fortune every day, and a fortune not of luck alone, but of gay spirit and bravery and light hearted love. That night the moon shone white and clear, and in the mid hours my lord Duke waked from his sleep suddenly, and saw the brightness streaming full through the oriel window, and in the fair flood of it his love's white figure kneeling. "Gerald," she cried, clinging to him when he went to her, "'twas I awaked you. I called, though I did not speak." "I heard, as I should hear if I lay dead," he answered low. Her hair was all unbound for the night, her black wondrous hair which he so loved, and from its billowy cloud her face looked at him wild and white, her mouth quivering. "Gerald," she said, "look out with me." Together they looked forth from the wide window into the beauty of the night, up into the great vault of heaven, where the large silver moon sailed in the blue, the stars shining faintly before her soft brilliance. "We are pagans," she said, "poor pagans who oftenest seem to pray to a cruel thing we do not know but only crouch before in terror, lest it crush us. But when we look up into such a heaven as this, its majesty and stillness seem a presence, and we dare to utter what our hearts cry out, and know we shall be heard." She caught his hand and held it to her heart, which he felt leap beneath it. "There is no power would harm a woman's child," she cried, "a little unborn thing which has not breathed, because it would wreak vengeance on herself. There is none, Gerald, is there?" And she clung to him, her uplifted face filled with such lovely, passionate woman's fear and pleading as made him sweep her to his breast and hold her silently, because he could not speak. "For I have learned to be afraid," she murmured brokenly, against his breast, "and I was kneeling here to pray with all my soul, that if there were so cruel a thing 'twould kill me now, blight me, take me from you, that I might die in torture, but not bring suffering on my love and on an innocent thing." And her heart beat like some terrified caged eaglet against his own, and her eyes were wild with woe. But the wondrous stillness of the deep night enfolded them, as if Nature held them in her great arms which comfort so, and her stars gazed calmly down, even as though their calmness were answering speech. CHAPTER 30 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 30 On Tyburn Hill. There was none knew her as her husband did, none in the world, though so many were her friends and worshippers. As he loved her he knew her, the passion of his noble heart giving him clearer and more watchful eyes than any other. Truth was, indeed, that she herself did not know how much he saw and pondered on, and how tender his watch upon her was. The dark shadow in her eyes he had first noted, the look which would pass over her face sometimes at a moment when 'twas brightest, when it glowed with the tenderest love for himself, or with the deepest yearning over the children who were given to them as time passed,
for there were born to fill their home 4 sons who were like young gods for strength and beauty, and 2 daughters as fair things as nature ever made to promise perfect womanhood. And how she loved and tended them, and how they joyed in their young lives and worshipped and revered her. "When I was a child, Gerald," she said to their father, "I was unhappy, and 'tis a hideous thing that a child should be so. I loved none, and none loved me, and though all feared my rage and gave me my will, I was restless and savage and a rebel, though I knew not why. There were hours I did not know their meaning, and hated them, when I was seized with fits of horrid loneliness, and would hide myself in the woods, and roll in the dead leaves, and curse myself and all things because I was wretched. I used to think that I was angered at my dogs, or my horse, or some servant, or my father, and would pour forth oaths at them. But 'twas not they. Our children must be happy. They must be happy, Gerald. I will have them happy. What a mother they had in her, a creature who could be wild with play and laughter with them, who was so beauteous that even in mere babyhood they would sit upon her knee and stare at her for sheer infant pleasure in her rich bloom and great sweet eyes, who could lift and toss and rock them in her strong soft arms as if they were but flowers and she a summer wind, whose voice was music, and whose black hair was a great soft mantle 'twas their childish delight to coax her to loosen, that it might flow about her, billowing, she standing laughing beneath, and tossing it over them to hide their smallness under it as beneath a veil. She was their heroine and their young pride, and among themselves they made joyful little boasts that there was no other such lady in all England. To behold her mount her tall horse and gallop and leap hedges and gates, to hear her tell stories of the moorlands and woods, and the game hiding in nests and warrens, of the ways of dogs and hawks and horses, and soldiers and kings and queens, and of how their father had fought in battles, and of how big the world was, and how full of wonders and of joys. What other children had such pleasures in their lives? But a few months after their Grace's visit to the cow at Wickben, young John, who was heir and Marquess of Roxholm, had been born, following each other his 2 brothers, and later the child Daphne and her sister Anne. Last, the little Lord Cuthbert, who was told as he grew older that he was to be the hero of his house, in memory of Cuthbert de Mertoun, who had lived centuries ago, and in the 5 villages 'twas sworn that each son her Grace bore her husband was a finer creature than the last, and that her girl children outbloomed their brothers all. Among these young human flowers Mistress Anne reigned gentle queen and saint, but softly faded day by day, having been a fragile creature all her life, but growing more so as time passed, despite the peace she lived in and the happiness surrounding her. In her eyes, too, his Grace had seen a look which had held its mystery. They were such soft eyes, and so kind and timid, he had always loved them. In days gone by he had often observed them as they followed her sister, and had been touched by the faithful tenderness of their look. But after her marriage they seemed to follow her more tenderly still, and sometimes with a vague, piteous wonder, as if the fond creature asked herself in secret a question she knew not how to answer. More and more devout she had grown, and, above all things, craved to aid her Grace in the doing of her good deeds. To such work she gave herself with the devotion of one who would strive to work out a penance. Her own attendant was one of those whom her sister had aided, and was a young creature with a piteous little story indeed. A pretty, rosy country child of but 17 when, after her Grace's marriage, she came to Camylott to serve Mistress Anne. On her first coming my lord Duke had marked her and the sadness of her innocent childish face and blue eyes, and had spoken of her to Anne, asking if she had met with some misfortune. A pretty, curly headed creature, such as she could be a village beauty and dimpling with smiles, he said, but the little thing looks sometimes as if she had wept a year. Who has done her a wrong? Mistress Anne gave a little start and bent lower over her embroidery frame, but her Grace, who was in the apartment, answered for her. "'Twas Sir John Oxon," she answered, "who has wronged so many." "What?" Osmonde cried. "Wrought he the poor thing's ruin?" "No," the Duchess replied, "but would have done it, and she, poor child, all innocent, believing herself an honest wife. He had so planned it, but fate saved her." "A mock marriage," says the Duke. "And she saved from it? How?" "Because the day she went to him to be married, as he had told her, he was not at his lodgings and did not return." "'Twas the very day he disappeared the day you saw him?" Osmonde exclaimed. "Yes," was the answer given, as her Grace crossed the room. "And 'twas because I had seen him that the poor thing came to me with her story, and I cared for her." She, too, had been sitting at her embroidery frame, and had crossed the room for silks, which lay upon the table near to Mistress Anne. As she laid her hand upon them, she looked down and uttered a low exclamation, springing to her sister's side. "Anne, love!" she cried. "Nay, Anne!" Mistress Anne's small, worn face had dropped so low over her frame that it at last lay upon it, showing white against the silken roses so gaily broidered there. She was in a dead swoon. Later, Osmonde heard further details of this story, of how the poor child, having no refuge in the great city, had dared at last to go to Dunstanwolde House in the wild hope that her ladyship, who had last seen Sir John, might tell her if he had let drop any word concerning his journey, if he had made one. She had at first hung long about the servants' entrance, watching the workmen who were that day walling in the wing of black cellars my lady had wished to close before she left the place, and at length, in desperation, had appealed to a young stonemason with a good humoured countenance, and he had interceded for her with a lacquey passing by. "But had I not spoke Sir John's name?" the girl said when my lord Duke spoke kindly to her of her story and her Grace's goodness. "Had I not spoke his name, the man would not have carried my message. But he said she would see me if I had news of Sir John Oxon. He blundered, your Grace, thinking I came from Sir John himself, and told her Grace 'twas so, and she bade him bring me to her." Her Grace she worshipped, and would break here into sobs each time she told the story, describing her fright when she had been led to the apartment where sat the great lady, who had spoke to her in a voice like music, and with such strange, deep pity of her grief, and in a passion of tenderness had told the truth to her, taking her, after her swoon, in her own strong, lovely arms, as if she had been no rich countess, but a poor woman, such as she who wept, and one whose heart, too, might have been broken by a cruel, deadly blow. This poor simple child, who was in time cured of her wound and married an honest fellow who loved her, was not the only one of Sir John Oxon's victims whom her Grace protected. There were, indeed, many of them, and 'twas as though she had made it her curious duty to search them out. When she and her lord lived sumptuously at Osmonde House in town, shining at Court, entertaining royalty itself at their home, envied and courted by all as the happiest married lovers and the favourites of fortune, my lord Duke knew that many a day she cast her rich robes and, clad in the dark garments and black hood, went forth to visit strange squalid places. Since the hour of his first meeting her on her return from such an errand, when they had spoken together, he had never again forbade her to follow the path 'twas plain she had chosen. "Were I going forth to battle," he had said, "you would not seek to hold me back. And in your battle, for it seems one to me, though I know not what 'tis fought for, I will not restrain you."
"Ay, 'tis a battle," she had said, and seized his hands and kissed them as if in passionate gratitude. "And 'tis a debt I swore to pay, if that we call God would let me. Perhaps He will not, but were He you, who knew my soul, He would."
Yet but a few hours later, when he joined her in the Mall, where she had descended from her coach to walk with the world of fashion, and moved among the wits and beaux and the leaders of the mode, drawing all round her by the marvel of her spirit and the brilliancy of her gaiety and bearing, he, hearing her rich laughter and meeting the bright look of her lovely flashing eyes, wondered if she was the woman whose voice still lingered in his ears and the memory of whose words would not leave his fervent heart. Their love was so perfect a thing that they had never denied each other aught. Why should they? Indeed, how could they? Each so understood and trusted the other that they scarce had need for words in the deciding of such questions as other pairs must reason gravely over. There was no question, only one thought between them, and in his life a thing which grew each hour as he had long since known it would. 'Twas this woman whom he loved, this one, her looks, her ways, her laughter and her tears, her very faults, if she should have them, her past, her present, and her future, which seemed all himself. That, Duchess of Osmonde though she might be, she was known in dark places and moved among the foul evil there like the sun which strove at rare hours to cleanse and dispel it. That she had in kennels and noisome dens strange friends, was a thing at first vaguely rumoured because the world had ever loved its stories of her, and been ready to believe any it heard, and invent new ones when it had tired of the old. But there came a time when through a strange occurrence the rumour was proved most singularly to be a truth. Two gilt coaches full of chattering fine ladies and gentlemen were being driven on a certain day through a part of the town not ordinarily frequented by fashion, but the occupants of the coaches had been entertaining themselves with a great and curious sight it might have been their delicate fancy to desire to behold as an exciting novelty. This had been no less an exhibition than the hanging of two malefactors on Tyburn Hill, the one a handsome young highwayman, the other a poor woman executed for larceny. The highwayman had been a favourite and had died gaily, and that he should have been cut off in his prime had put the crowd, among which were several of his yet uncaught companions, in an ill humour. The poor woman had wept and made a poor end, which had added to the anger of the beholders. 'Twas an evil, squalid, malodorous mob, not of the better class of thieves and tatterdemalions, but of the worst, being made up of cut throats out of luck, pickpockets, and poor wretches who were the scourings of the town and the refuse of the kennel. 'Twas just the crowd to be roused to some insensate frenzy, being hungry, bitter, and vicious; and when, making ready to slouch back to its dens, its attention was attracted by the gay coaches, with their liveries and high fed horses, and their burden of silks and velvets and plumes nodding over laughing, care free, selfish faces, it fell into a sudden fit of animal rage. 'Twas a woman who began it. She had been a neighbour of the one who had just met punishment, and in her own hovel at that moment lay hid stolen goods. She was a wild thing, with a battered face and unkempt hair. Her rags hung about her waving, and she had a bloodshot, fierce eye. "Look!" she screamed out suddenly, high and shrill. "Look at them in their goold coaches, riding home from Tyburn, where they've seen their betters swing." The ladies in the chariots, pretty, heartless fools, started affrighted in their seats, and strove to draw back. Their male companions, who were as pretty, effeminate fools themselves, and of as little spirit, started also, and began to look pale about the gills. "Look at them!" shrieked the virago, "shivering like rabbits. A pretty end they would make if they were called to dance at a rope's end. Look ye at them with their white faces and their swords and periwigs." And she stood still, waving her arms, and poured forth a torrent of curses. 'Twas enough. The woman beside her looked and began to shake her fist, seized by the same frenzy. Her neighbour caught up her cry, her neighbour hers. A sodden faced thief broke into a howling laugh. Another followed him. The madness spread from side to side, and in a moment the big, foul crowd surged about the coaches, shrieking blasphemies and obscenities, shaking fists, howling cries of shame and threats of violence. "Turn over the coaches, drag them out, tear their finery from them, stuff their mincing mouths with mud," rose all about them. The servants were dragged from their seats and hauled from side to side. Their liveries were in ribbons, their terrified faces, ghastly with terror and streaming with blood, might be seen one moment in one place, the next in another. Sometimes they seemed down on the ground. The crowd roared with rage and laughter at their cries. One lady swooned with terror. One or two crouched on the floor of the coach. The dandies gesticulated and called for help. "They will kill us! They will kill us!" screamed the finest beau among them. "The watch! The watch! The constables!" "'Tis worse than the Mohocks!" cried another, but his hand so shook he could not have drawn his sword if he had dared. The next instant the glass of the first coach was smashed and its door beaten open. A burly fellow seized upon a shrieking beauty and dragged her forth laughing, dealing her gallant a mighty clout on the face as he caught her. Blood spouted from the poor gentleman's delicate aquiline nose, and the mob danced and yelled. "Drag 'em all out," was roared by the sodden faced thief. "The women to the women and the men to the men, and then change about." The creatures were like wild beasts, and their prey would have been torn to pieces, but at that moment, from a fellow at the edge of the crowd, broke a startled oath. Someone had made way to him and laid a strong hand on his shoulder, and there was that in his cry which made those nearest turn. A tall figure in black draperies stood towering above him, and in truth above all the rest of the crowd. 'Twas a woman, and she called out to the mad creatures about her in command. "Fools!" she cried, "have a care.
Do you want to swing at a rope's end yourselves?" 'Twas a fierce voice, the voice of a brave creature who feared none of them, though 'twas a rich voice and a woman's, and so rang with authority that it actually checked the tempest for a moment, and made the leaders turn to look. She made her way nearer, and threw back her hood from her face. "I am Clorinda Mertoun, who is Duchess of Osmonde," she cried to them. "There are many of you know me. Call back your senses and hearken to what I say." The ladies afterwards in describing the scene used to quake as they tried to paint this moment. "There was a cry that was like a low howl," they said, "as if beasts were baffled and robbed of their prey. Some of them knew her and some did not, but they all stood and stared. Good Lord, 'twas her great black eyes that held them, but I shall be affrighted when I think of her till my dying day." 'Twas her big black eyes and the steady flame in them that held the poor frenzied fools, perchance as wolves are said to be held by the eye of man sometimes. But 'twas another thing, and on that she counted. She looked round them from one face to the other. "You know me," she said to one, "and you, and you, and you," nodding at each. "I can pick out a dozen of you who know me, and should find more if I marked you all. How many here are my friends and servants?" There was a strange hoarse chorus of sounds. There were the voices of women who were poor bedraggled drabs, men who were thieves and cut throats, a few shrill voices of lads who were pickpockets and ripe for the gallows already. "Ay, we know thee. Ay, Grace, ay," they cried, some in half sullen grunts, some as if half affrighted, but all in the tones of creatures who suddenly began to submit to a thing they wondered at. Then the woman who had begun the turmoil suddenly fell down on her knees and began to kiss her Grace's garments with hysteric, choking sobs. "She said thou wert the only creature had ever spoke her fair," she cried. "She said thou hadst saved her from going distraught when she lay in the gaol. Just before the cart was driven away she cried out sobbing, 'Oh Lord, oh your Grace!' and they thought her praying, but I knew she prayed to thee." The Duchess put her hand on the woman's greasy foul shoulder and answered in a strange voice, nodding her head, her black brows knit, her red mouth drawn in. "'Tis over now," she said. "'Tis over, and she quiet, and perchance ere this she has seen a fair thing. Poor soul, poor soul." By this time the attacked party had gained strength to dare to move. The pretty creature who had been first dragged forth from the coach uttered a shriek and fell on her knees, clutching at her rescuer's robe. "Oh, your Grace, your Grace!" she wept. "Have mercy, have mercy!" "Mercy!" said her Grace, looking down at the tower of powdered hair decked with gewgaws. "Mercy! Sure we all need it. Your ladyship came for sport to see a woman hang? I saw her in the gaol last night waiting her doom, which would come with the day's dawning. 'Twas not sport. Had you been there with us, you would not have come here to day. Get up, my lady, and return to your coach. Make way there," raising her voice. "Let that poor fellow," pointing to the ashen faced coachman, "mount to his place. Be less disturbed, Sir Charles," to the trembling fop. "My friends will let you go free." And that they did, strangely enough, though 'twas not willingly, the victims knew, as they huddled into their places, shuddering, and were driven away, the crowd standing glaring after them, a man or so muttering blasphemies, though none made any movement to follow, but loitered about and cast glances at her Grace of Osmonde, who waited till the equipages were well out of sight and danger. "'Twas wasted rage," she said to those about her. "The poor light fools were not worth ill usage." The next day the Duke heard the tale, which had flown abroad over the town. His very soul was thrilled by it, and that it told him, and he went to her Grace and poured forth to her a passion of love that was touched with awe. "I could see you," he cried, "when they told the story to me. I could see you as you stood there and held the wild beasts at bay. 'Twas that I saw in your child eyes when you rode past me in the hunting field. 'Twas that fire which held them back, and the great sweet soul of you which has reached them in their dens and made you worshipped of them." "'Twas that they know me," she answered. "'Twas that I have stood by their sides in their blackest hours. I have seen their children born. I have helped their old ones and their young through death. Some I have saved from the gallows, some I have " She stopped and hung her head as if black memories overpowered her. He knew what she had left unfinished. "You have been to comfort those who lie in Newgate at their last extremity," he ended for her. "Ay," she answered, "the one who will show kindness to them in those awful hours they worship as God's self. There was a poor fellow I once befriended there." She spoke slowly and her voice shook. "He was condemned for taking a man's life. The last night before I left him, he knelt to me and swore he had meant not murder. He had struck in rage one who had tortured him with taunts till he went raving. He struck, and the man fell, and he had killed him, and now must hang." "Good God!" cried my lord Duke. "By chance in frenzy not knowing and he died for it?" "Ay," she answered, her great eyes on his and wide with horror. "On Tyburn Tree." CHAPTER 31 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 31. Their Graces keep their wedding day at Camylott. "She came to Court at last, my Lord Duke," said his Grace of Marlborough. "She came at last, as I felt sure 'twas fate she should." 'Twas at Camylott he said this, where he had come in those days which darkened about him when, royal favour lost, the acclamations of a fickle public stilled, its clamour of applause almost forgot and denied by itself. His glory as a statesman, commander, warrior, seemed to sink beneath the horizon like a sunset in a winter sky. His splendid frame shattered by the stroke of illness, his heart bereaved, his great mind dulled and saddened. There were few friends faithful to him. But my Lord Duke of Osmonde, who had never sought his favour or required his protection, who had often held views differing from his own, and hidden none of them, was among the few in whose company he found solace and pleasure. "I see you as I was," he would say. "Nay, rather as I might have been had Nature given me a thing she gave to you and withheld from John Churchill. You were the finer creature and less disturbed by poor worldly dreams." So more than once he came to be guest at Camylott, and would be moved to pleasure by the happiness and fullness of life
in the very air of the place, by the joyousness of the tall, handsome children, by the spirit and sweet majesty of the tall beauty their mother, by the loveliness of the country and the cheerful air of well being among the villagers and tenantry. But most of all, he gave thought to the look which dwelt in the eyes of my lord Duke and the woman who was so surely mate and companion, as well as wife to him, when, though 'twas even at the simplest moment, each looked at the other, 'twas a heavenly thing plain to see. Upon one of their wedding days he was at Camylott with them. 'Twas but a short time before the quiet death of Mistress Anne, and was the 10th anniversary of their Graces' union. At Camylott they always spent their anniversary, though upon their other domains the rejoicings which made Camylott happy were also held. These festivities were gay and rustic, including the pealing of church bells, the lighting of bonfires, rural games and feastings. But they were most noted for the feature her Grace herself had invented before she had yet been 12 months a wife, and 'twas a pretty fancy, too, as well as a kind thought. She had talked of it at first to her husband one summer afternoon as they walked together in the gold glow of sunset through Camylott woods. 'Twas one of many happy hours shared with her which he remembered to his life's end, and could always call up in his mind the deep amber light filtering through the trees, the thick green growth of the ferns and the scent of them, the moss underfoot and on the huge fallen trunk they at last sat down upon. "To every man, woman, and child we rule over," she said, "on that day we will give a wedding gift. As the year passes we will discover what each longs for most, and that thing we will give. So on that heavenly day each one shall have his heart's desire, in memory," she added with a soft solemnity. And he echoed her, "In memory," for neither at that time nor at any other did either of them forget those hours they had lived apart, and how fate had seemed to work them ill, and how they had been desolate and hungered. So on each morning of the wedding day, while the bells were ringing a peal, the flag flying from the Tower, the park prepared for games and feasting, a crowd of ruddy countenances, clean smocks, petticoats, and red cloaks flocked on the terrace from which the gifts were given. 'Twas from his invalid chair within the library window that the once great commander sat and saw this sight, her Grace standing by her husband at a long table, giving each gift with her own hand and saying a few words to each recipient with a bright freedom 'twas worth any man's while to see. The looker on remembered the histories he had heard of the handsome hoyden whose male attire had been the Gloucestershire scandal, the court beauty who in the midst of her triumphs had chosen to play gentle consort to an old husband, the Duchess who shone in the great world like the sun, and who yet doffed her brocades and jewels to don serge and canvas, and labour in rag yard and slaughter alley to rescue thieves and beggars, and watch the mothers of their hapless children in their throes. Ay, and more yet, to sit in the black condemned cell at Newgate and hold the hand and pour courage into the soul of a shuddering wretch who in the cold grey of morning would dangle from a gallows tree. "'Tis a strange nature," he thought, "and has ever been so. It has passed through some strange hours and some dark ones, yet to behold her." There had come to her side a young couple, the woman with the child in her arms curtseying blushingly, her youthful husband grinning and pulling his forelock. Her Grace took the infant and cuddled and kissed it, while its father and mother glowed with delight. "'Tis a fine boy, Betty," she said. "'Tis bigger than the last one, Tom. His christening finery is in the package here. and I will stand sponsor as before." "Mother," said young John at her elbow, "may I not stand sponsor too?" She laughed and pulled his long love locks. "Ay, my lord Marquess," she answered, "if his parents are willing to take such a young one." Mistress Anne sat by their guest, he holding her in great favour. As the people came for their gifts, she told him their names and stories. Through weakness she walked about but little in these days, and the failing soldier liked her company, so she often sat near him in her lounging chair, and with gentle artfulness lured him into reminiscence of his past campaigns. She was very frail to day, and in her white robe, and with her large eyes, which seemed to have outgrown her face, she looked like the wraith of a woman rather than a creature of flesh and blood. "Those two her Grace rescued," she said, as Betty and Tom Beck retired. "The one from woe, the other from cruel wickedness. He had betrayed the poor child and deserted her, and 'twas her Grace who touched his heart and woke manhood in it, and made them happy man and wife. Then came an old woman leading a girl and boy, both fair and blooming, and with blue eyes and fair curling locks." "Are they both well and both happy, dame?" the Duchess asked. "Yes, that they are, I see, and I know they are both good." She took the girl's face in both hands and smiled into it as she might have smiled at a flower, and then kissed her tenderly. She gave her a little new gown and a pretty huswife stocked with implements to make it. She put her hand on the boy's shoulder and looked at him as his mother would have looked had she been tender of him. "For you, Robin," she said, "there are books. I know 'tis books and learning you long for, and you shall have them. His Grace's chaplain has promised me to teach you." The boy clasped the books under his arm, hugging them against his breast, and when her Grace turned to the next newcomer he seized a fold of her robe and kissed it. "Who are those children?" the Captain General asked. "They do not look like rustics." "Those two she rescued also," answered Mistress Anne in a low voice. "She found them in a thieves' haunt being trained as pickpockets. They are the cast off offspring of a gentleman who lived an evil life." "Was she told his name?" "Yes," Mistress Anne said, lower still. "'Twas a gentleman who was lost Sir John Oxon." The mystery of this gentleman's disappearance was a thing forgotten, but Mistress Anne's hearer recalled it, and that the man had left an evil reputation, and that 'twas said that in the first bloom of his youth he had been among the worshippers of the Gloucestershire beauty, and there passed through the old Duke's mind a vague wonder as to whether the Duchess remembered girlish sentiments the hoyden had lived through and forgot. It seemed the man's name being once drawn from the past was not to be allowed to rest, for later in the day he heard of him again, and curiously indeed. There came in the afternoon from town a sturdy, loud voiced country gentleman, with a red, honest face and a good humoured eye, and he was so received by the family, by his Grace, who shook him warmly by the hand, by the Duchess, who gave him both hers to kiss, and by the young ones, who cried out in rejoicing over him, that their distinguished guest perceived him to be an old friend who was, as it were, an old comrade. And so it proved, for 'twas soon revealed to him by the gentleman himself, whose name was Sir Christopher Crowell, and whose estates lay on the borders of Warwickshire and Gloucestershire, that he had been one of the boon companions of her Grace's father, Sir Jeoffry Wildairs, and he had known her from the time she was 5 years old, and had been first made the comrade and plaything of a band of the worst rioters in 3 counties. "Ay," he cried exultantly, for he seemed always exultant when he spoke of her Grace, who was plainly his idol. At 7 she would toss off her ale and sing and swear as wickedly as any man among us, and had great black eyes that flashed fire when we crossed her, and her hair hung below her waist, and she was the most beauteous child devil and the most lawless that man or woman ever clapped eyes on. And to behold her now, to behold her now!" And then he motioned towards the little Anne, who was flashing eyed and long limbed and a brown beauty. "'Tis my Lady Anne who is most like her," he said. "But Lord, she hath been treated fair by fortune, and loved and cherished, and is a young queen already." Later, when the night had fallen and was thick with stars, and the festal lights were twinkling like other stars among the trees of the park, and from the happy crowds at play there floated the sounds of laughter and joyful voices, their Graces and their guests sat or walked upon the terrace amid the night scents of flowers and watched the merriment going on below them and talked together. "Ay," broke forth old Sir Christopher, "you two happy folk light joyful fires and make joyful hearts wheresoever you go." 'Twas at this moment two of the other country guests, they being old Gloucestershire comrades also, stayed their sauntering before her Grace to speak to her. "Eldershawe and me have just been saying," broke forth one of them, chuckling, "how this bringeth back old times, though 'tis little like them. We three were of the birthnight party Eldershawe christened me. Thou dost not forget old friends, Clo, and would not, wert thou 10 times a duchess." "Nay, not I," answered her Grace, "not I." "There be not many of us left," said Sir Christopher, ruefully. "Thy poor old dad is under sod, and others with him. 2 necks were broken hunting, the others died of years or drink." "But one we know not of, egad," said my Lord Eldershawe, "and he was my kinsman." "Lord, yes," cried out the other, "Jack Oxon. Jack, who came among us all curls and essences and brocades and lace. Thou art not forgot Jack Oxon, Clo, for the fellow was wild in love with thee." "No, I have not forgotten Sir John," she answered, and turned aside a little to break a rose from a bush near her and hold it to her face. "Nay, that she hath not," cried Sir Christopher. "That I can swear to. I saw the boy and girl to day, Clo, and Lord, how they are like to him." "Yes, they are like him," she answered, gravely. "The two thou showedst me playing 'neath the trees?" said Eldershawe. "Ay, they are like enough." "And but for her Grace would have been brought up a hangdog thief and a poor drab with all their beauty," went on Sir Christopher. "Ecod, thou hast done well, Clo. The task 'twas thy whim to take upon thyself." "What generous deed was that?" asked my Lord Duke of Osmonde, drawing near. "The task of undoing the wrongs a villain had done, if 'twere so there could be undoing of them," answered the old fellow. "A woman rich as I," said she, "should set herself some good work to do. This shall be mine to live John Oxon's life again, and make it bring forth good instead of evil." Her Grace sat motionless, and so did Mistress Anne, who had sunk back in her chair, and in the starlit darkness had grown more white, and was breathing faint and quickly. In the park below the people laughed as merry makers will, in gay bursts, and half a dozen voices broke forth into a snatch of song. 'Twas a good background for Sir Christopher, who was well launched upon a subject that he loved and had not often chance to hold forth upon, as her Grace was not fond of touching upon it. "10 years hath she followed his wicked footsteps, and I have followed with her," he rambled on. "I am not squeamish, Lord knoweth, and have no reason to be, but had I known when I began to aid in the searching what mire I should have to wade through, ecod, I think I should have said, 'Let ill alone.'"
But you did not, old friend," said the Duchess's rich, low voice. "You did not."
Lady Betty and her swains had sauntered near and joined the circle, attracted by the subject which waked in them a new interest in an old mystery.
"You have been her Grace's almoner, Sir Christopher," said her ladyship. "That accounts for the stories I have heard of your charities. They were her Grace's good deeds, not your own."
"She knew I would sweep the kennel for her on hands and knees if she would have me," said Sir Chris. "And at the first of it she knew not the ill quarters of the town as I did, and bade me make search for her and ask questions. But 'twas not long before she found her way herself, and learnt that a tall, strong beauty can do more to reach hearts than a red faced old man can. Lord, how they love and fear her! And among the honest folk Jack Oxon wronged, poor tradesmen he ruined by his trickery, and simple working folk who lost their all through him, they would kiss the dust her shoe hath trod. His debts she hath paid, his victims she hath rescued, the wounds he dealt she hath healed and made sound flesh, and for 10 years she hath done it."
Her Grace rose to her feet, the rose uplifted in a listening gesture. From the park below there floated up the lilting music of a dance, a light, unrustic measure played by their own musicians. "The dancing begins," she said. "Hark! The dancing begins." Mistress Anne put out her hand and caught at her sister's dress, and held a fold of its richness in her trembling hand, though her Grace was not aware of what she did. "How sweet the music sounds!" the poor gentlewoman said, nervously. "How sweet it sounds!" My Lady Betty Tantillion held up her hand as the Duchess, a moment since, had held the rose. "I have heard that tune before," she cried.
"And I," said Lord Charles. "And I," Sir Harry Granville echoed.
Lady Betty broke into a shiver. "Why," she cried, "how strange! At just this moment. We danced to it at the ball at Dunstanwolde House the very night 'twas made known Sir John Oxon had disappeared." The Duchess held the rose poised in her hand and slowly bent her head. "Yes," she said, "'tis the very tune." She stood among them, my Lord Duke remembered it later, the centre figure of a sort of circle, some sitting, some standing, his Grace of Marlborough, Mistress Anne, Osmonde himself, the country gentlemen, my Lady Betty and her swains, and others who drew near. She was the centre, standing in the starlight, her rose held in her hand.
"Lord, 'twas a strange thing," said Sir Christopher, thoughtfully, "that a man could disappear like that and leave no trace no trace."
"Has all inquiry ceased?"
her Grace asked, quietly. "There was not much even at first, save from his creditors," said Lord Charles, with a laugh. "Ay, but 'twas strange," said old Sir Christopher. "I've thought and thought what could have come of him." "Why, Clo, thou wast the one who saw him last. What dost thou think?"
In the park below there was a sudden sweet swelling of the music. The dancers had joined in with their voices. "Yes," said the Duchess, "'twas I who saw him last." And for a few seconds all paused to listen to the melody in the air, but Sir Christopher came back to his theme.
"What sort of humour was the man in?" he asked. "Did he complain of a lot?"
Her Grace hesitated a second, as one who thought, and then shook her head. "No," she answered, and no other word. "Did he speak of taking a journey?" said Lady Betty. And the Duchess shook her head slow again, and answered as before, "No." And the music swelled with fresh added voices, and floated up gayer and more sweet.
"Was he dressed for travel?" asked Lord Charles. he being likely to think first of the meaning of a man's dress. "No," said her Grace. And then my lord Duke drew near behind her and spoke over her shoulder. "Did he bid you any farewell?" he said. She had not known he was so close, and gave a great start and dropped her rose upon the terrace. Before she answered, she stooped herself and picked it up. "No," she said very low. "No, none." "Then," his Grace said, "I will tell you what I think." "You?" said my Lady Betty. "Has your Grace thought?" "Often," he answered. "Who has not, at some time? I knew more of the man than many. More than once his life touched mine." "Yours!" they cried. He waved his hand with the gesture of a man who would sweep away some memory. "Yes," he said, "once I saw the end of a poor soul he had maddened, and 'twas a cruel thing." He turned his face towards his wife. "The morning that he left your Grace," he said. "'Tis my thought he went not far." "Not far!" the party exclaimed. But the Duchess joined not in the chorus. "Between Dunstanwolde House and his lodgings," he went on, "lie some of the worst haunts in London. He was well known there, and not by friends, but by enemies. Perchance some tortured creature who owed him a bitter debt may have lain in wait and paid it." The Duchess turned and gazed at him with large eyes. "What?" she said, almost hoarsely. "What do you mean?" "There were men," he answered gravely, "husbands, fathers, and brothers. There were women he had driven to despair and madness, who might well have struck him down." "You mean," said her Grace, almost in a whisper, "you mean that he was murdered?" "Nay," he replied, "not murdered. Struck a frenzied blow and killed, and it might have been by one driven mad with anguish and unknowing what he did." Her Grace caught her breath. "As 'twas with the poor man I told you of," she broke forth, as if in eagerness. "The one who died on Tyburn Tree?" "Yes," was his answer. "Perhaps you are right," she said, and passed her hand across her brow. "Perhaps you are right." "But there was found no trace," Sir Christopher cried out. "No trace." "Ah," said my lord Duke slowly, "that is the mystery. A dead man's body is not easy hid." The Duchess broke forth laughing almost wildly. The whole group started at the sound. "Nay, nay," she cried, "what dark things do we talk of? Sir Christopher, Sir Christopher, 'twas you who set us on. A dead man's body is not easy hid." "'Tis enough to make a woman shudder," cried Lady Betty hysterically. "Yes," said her Grace. "See, I am shuddering. I, who am built of Wildairs iron and steel." And she held out her hands to them, her white hands, and indeed they were trembling like leaves. The evil thing they had spoke of had surely sunk deep into her soul and troubled it, though she had so laughed and lightly changed the subject of their talk, for in the night she had an awful dream, and her lord wakened from deep slumber, as he had been once before, started up to behold her standing in the middle of the chamber, a tall white figure with its arms outflung as if in wild despair, while she cried out in frenzy to the darkness. "I have killed thee! I have killed thee!" she wailed, "though I meant it not. Even hell itself doth know. Thou art a dead man, and this is the worst of all." "'Tis a dream!" he cried aloud to her, and clutched her in his warm, strong arms. "'Tis a dream, a dream! Awake, awake, awake!" And she awoke and fell upon her knees, sobbing as those who sob are roused from such a horror. "A dream! A dream! A dream!" she cried. "And 'tis you awake me you, Gerald Gerald! And I have been 10 years your wife." CHAPTER 32 of His Grace of Osmonde by Francis Hodgson Burnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER 32 In the Turret Chamber and in Camylott Wood. When the great soldier returned to Blenheim Castle, his Grace of Osmonde bore him company, and having spent a few days in his society at that great house, returned to town, from whence he came again to Camylott. He reached there on a heavenly day, which seemed to him more peaceful and more sweet than any day the summer had so far brought, though it had been a fair one. Many days had been bright and full of flower scent and rustling of green leaves, and overarched by tender blueness, with white clouds softly floating therein, but this one, as he rode, he thought held something in its beauty which seemed to make the earth seem nearer heaven, and heaven more fair to lifted mortal eyes. He thought this as his horse bore him over the white road. He thought it as he rode across the moor. 'Twas in his mind as he passed through the village, and saw the white cottages standing warm and peaceful in the sunshine, with goodwives at the doors or at their windows, and children playing on the green, who stopped and bobbed curtsies to him or pulled their forelocks, grinning. Joan Bush was at her gate, and stepped out and dipped a curtsy with appealing civility. "Your Grace," she said, "if I might make so bold, poor Mistress Anne," and having said so much, checked herself in much confusion. "I lose my wits," she said. "Your Grace's pardon. Your Grace has been to town and but now comes back, and will not know. But we so love the kind gentlewoman," and she mopped her eyes. "You mean that Mistress Anne is worse?" he said. "The poor lady fell into a sudden strange swoon but an hour ago," she answered. "My Matthew, who was at the Tower of an errand, said she came in from the flower garden and sank lifeless, and the servants who carried her to her chamber say 'twas like death, and she hath been so long fading, and we know full well the end must come soon." My Lord Duke rode on. A fullness tightened his throat, and he looked up at the blue sky. "Poor Anne, kind Anne," he said. "Pure heart. I could think 'twas for the passing of her soul the day was made so fair." At the park gates the woman from the lodge stood at her door and made her obeisance tearfully. She was an honest soul to whom her Grace's sister seemed a saint from heaven. "What is the last news?" said my Lord Duke, speaking more from kindness than aught else. "That the dear lady lies in her bed in the turret chamber, and her Grace watches with her alone. Oh, my Lord Duke, God calls another angel to Himself this day." The very air was still with a strange stillness. The tower itself rose white and clear against the blue, as though its battlements and fair turrets might be part of the eternal city. This strange fancy passed through his Grace's mind as he rode towards it. The ivy hung thick about the window of Anne's chamber in the South Tower. 'Twas a room she loved and had spent long peaceful days in, and had fitted as a little shrine. Her lovingness had taught her to feed the doves from it, and they had grown to be her friends and companions. And now a little cloud of them flew about and lighted on the turrets and clung to the festoons of ivy, and flew softly about as if they were drawn to the place by some strange knowledge, and waited for that which was to come to pass. 2 or 3 sat upon the deep window ledge and cooed as if they told those not so near what they could see inside the quiet room. On the terrace below the elder children stood, John and Gerald and Daphne and Anne. They waited, too, as the doves did, and their young faces were lifted that they might watch the window, and they were very sweet and gravely tender, and unafraid and fair. When their father drew near them, 'twas the child Daphne who spoke, putting her hand in his and meeting his eyes with a lovely look. "Father," she said, "we think that Mother Anne lies dying in her room. We are not afraid. Mother has told us that to die is only as if a bird was let to fly out into the blue sky. And Mother is with her, and we are waiting because we think perhaps, we are not sure, but perhaps we might see her soul fly out of the window like a white bird. It seems as if the doves were waiting too." My lord Duke kissed her and passed on. "You may see it," he said gently. "Who knows? And if you see it, sure it will be white." And he went quietly through the house and up the staircase leading to Anne's tower chamber, and the pretty apartment her Grace had prepared for her so lovingly to spend quiet hours in when she would be alone. This apartment led into the chamber, but now it was quite empty, for the Duchess was with her sister, who lay on the bed in the room within, where the ivy hung in festoons about the high window, which seemed to look up into the blue sky itself, and shut out all the earth below, and only look on heaven. To enter seemed like entering some sacred shrine where a pure saint lay, and upon the threshold his Grace lingered, almost fearing to go in and break upon the awful tenderness of this last hour, and the last words he heard the loving creature murmuring while the being she had so worshipped knelt beside her. "'Twas love," he heard. "'Twas love. What matter if I gave my soul for you?" He drew back with a quick, sad beat of the heart. Poor, tender soul! Poor woman who had loved and given no sign, and only in her dying dared to speak. And then there came a cry, and 'twas the voice of her he loved, and he stood spellbound. 'Twas a cry of anguish, of fear, of horror and dismay. 'Twas her voice as he heard it ring out in the blackness of her dream, her dear voice harsh with woe and broken into moaning, her dear voice which he had heard murmuring love to him, crooning over her children, laughing like music. And the torrent of words which she poured forth made his blood cold, and yet as they fell upon his ear he knew, yes, now he knew, revealed no new story to him, even though it had been until that hour untold. No, 'twas not new, for through many an hour when he had marked the shadow in her eyes, he had vaguely guessed some fatal burden lay upon her soul, and had striven to understand. "And then I struck him with my whip," he heard, "knowing nothing, not seeing, only striking like a goaded, dying thing, and he fell, and all was done." None heard or saw my lord Duke when, later, he passed out from the empty room. He went forth into the fair day again, and through the park and into Camylott Wood. The deep amber light was there, and the gold green stillness, and he passed onward till he reached the great wood's depths, and stood beneath an oak tree's broad spread branches, leaning his back against the huge rough trunk, his arms folded. This was her secret burden, this, and nature had so moulded him that he could look upon it with just, unflinching eyes, his soul filled with a godlike, awful pity. In a walled in cellar in the deserted Dunstanwolde house lay, waiting for the call of Judgment Day, a handful of evil dust which once had been a man, one whose each day of life from his youth upward had seemed, as it had passed, to leave black dregs in some poor fellow creature's cup. One frantic, unthinking blow struck in terror and madness had ended him and all his evil doing, but left her standing frenzied at the awfulness of the thing which had fallen upon her soul in her first hour of heaven. And all her being had risen in revolt at this most monstrous woe of chance, and in her torture she had cried out that in that hour she would not be struck down.
"Of ending his base life I had never thought," he had heard her wail, "though I had thought to end my own. But when fate struck the blow for me, I swore that carrion should not taint my whole life through."
To atone for this she had lived her life of passionate penance. Remembering this, she had prayed Heaven strike and blight her, in fear that she herself should blight the noble and the innocent things she loved. And while she had thought she bore the burden all alone, the gentle sister, who had so worshipped her, had known her secret and borne it with her silently. In dying she had revealed it, with trembling and piteous love, and this my lord Duke had heard, and her pure words as she had died.
"Anne, Anne," the anguished voice had cried, "must he know, my Gerald? Must I tell him all? If so, I must I will upon my knees." "Nay, tell him not," was faintly breathed in answer. "Let God tell him, who understands."
"'Tis in myself," my lord Duke said at last, through his shut teeth. "'Tis in myself to have struck the blow, and had I done it and found him lie dead before me, in her dear name I swear, and in a new shriven soul's presence, for sure the pure thing is near, I would have hid it as she has done, for naught should have torn her from me. And for her sin, if sin it is counted, I will atone with her, and as she does her penance will do mine. And if, at the end of all things, she be called to judgment bar, I will go with her and stand by her side. For her life is my life, and her soul my soul, her sentence my sentence, and being her love I will bear it with her, and pray Him who judges to lay the burden heavier upon me than upon her." And he went back to the Tower and up the stairway to the turret chamber, and there Mistress Anne lay still and calm and sweet as a child asleep, and flowers and fair chaplets lay all about her white bed and on her breast and in her small worn hands, and garlanded her pillow. And the setting sun had sent a shaft of golden glory through the window to touch her hair and the blossoms lying on it. And her sister stood beside her and looked down, and a new peace was on her face when she laid her cheek upon her husband's breast as he enfolded her.
"She is my saint," she said. "To day she has taken my sins in her pure hands to God, and has asked mercy on them."
"And having done so, dear heart," he answered her, "she lies amid her flowers and smiles." But of that he had overheard he said no word, and if as time passed there came some sacred hour when, their souls being one, there could be no veil not rent away by love and nature, and the secret each had kept was revealed to the other, 'twas surely so revealed as but to draw them closer and fill them with higher nobleness, for no other human creature heard of it or guessed. So it befell that one man met his deserts by chance, and none were punished, and only good grew out of his evil grave. And should there be a Power who for strange, high reasons calls forth helpless souls from peaceful nothingness to relentless life, and judges all life does and leaves undone, 'tis surely safe to trust its honesty and justice. End of Chapter 32. Recorded by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin, September 2012. End of His Grace of Osmonde by Frances Hodgson Burnett.